Ah, hello. My name is Ace. I'm a hobbyist. I like to draw. Been doing it for a very long time since I was a kid. One of the things I used to do was fold some paper together and just make little silly characters and stories, and did that for a lot of years. Um, I used to stream in 2013, off and on, just random games and whatnot. But I decided to put my efforts towards a actual project, so I decided to make a webcomic. I stopped streaming for that reason. I wrote an entire volume, and I'm still editing it, but the story is pretty much set in stone. And now I want to focus on the art. Hang on, give me 1 second. Gotta do something. Okay, sorry about that. Um, yeah, I want to start working on the art, setting that in stone, and I'm just deciding how that was going to look. And I thought that I would learn 3D modeling, so that way I can use that as reference and keep the art a bit consistent. Normally, the one thing that happens when you're doing a project like that is that the art will change over time, and I wanted to try to make it not so radical. You know, one of the things that I've noticed about my own art is that if I just draw something and try to draw it again, my brain is just set to try to improve upon it. Of course, right? I think that's probably a natural thing, but I want to try to make sure that it's at least consistent. The improvement's going to happen no matter what, and that's not a bad thing. But consistency is key here. So what I'm going to be doing, uh, normally every morning, is doing some kind of art project, sculpting. I'm going to be sculpting my characters as they appear in the webcomic, in order of appearance, and yeah, it's pretty much what I'm going to be doing right now. Just like I said, I just started learning 3D modeling about a year and a half, and I've learned on various programs. I took some time to move everything to Blender because every company that offers that is switching to a subscription service that I don't want to bother with. I'm trying to wean myself off of. Actually, I pretty much weaned myself off of subscriptions of streaming and other things like that. Where's my stylus? If I had it. But it's time to get started. 1 second, I'll find it. It was literally just here. I must have knocked it over. I have the keyboard. Oh, goodness. There's a stylus at. Did it go under the computer? Yes, it did. Okay, got it. Sorry. Anyways, I think it's time to get started now. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is delete this, and then we're going to add a mesh. It'll be a UV sphere. I'm going to shape the head. I'm going to try to do as much as I can on Twitch without angering Skynet, okay? I know a lot has happened since the last time I've streamed, and as far as the last couple of months didn't last very long, but I was excited at first about the whole change to to art until I saw what had happened. I wasn't so excited anymore. But it's okay. I never really planned to rely on that. I pretty much had a good idea of what I wanted to do, and I wanted to just stream what I could. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start working on the head here. Have a nice reference. Anatomy of sculptors. You can see right here, looking like that on another monitor. It's always nice to have a good reference, right? That's the whole purpose of this, so I can do that for my webcomic. Hopefully before long I'll start working on pages and whatnot. But I'm still learning. This is like I said, this is a newly acquired skill. Actually, I don't know if I said that or not, but it is a newly acquired skill. And, you're going to be seeing me work things out, and hopefully everything will be all right. Maybe, you know, if you're watching and you want to get into this, get into 3D modeling, you have an interest in it, maybe you'll pick up on something too. Gotta get my brush right. It's a little too thin. Make it a little bigger. I got some notes here, some parameters. You can see that. I'm still working on a workflow, but you know, that's one of the things that I want to do is try to solidify a good workflow here, so that way I can just come in here, go live, and just go and get it nice and smooth. Hopefully get some speed going. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start working on the form of the head here. I pretty much know what I want to do with all the characters that I plan on doing here. And it's going to be the form first, which we're going to be working on. And then I'll slowly work in the likeness once that is established. But definitely it's very important to do the form. Wait, what in the world? Oh, I see. Okay, I made a mistake. A second. That's to be expected, so let's go. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna pull the chin down. So about right there. Well, let me make some adjustments. This is the first character that will appear in the story. I've written a story about a student who has a terminally ill friend that he's very close with, and he acquires a stolen government project to try to save their life, and that gains the ire and enmity of many secret governments and whatnot. It's a sci-fi story, but it's got a little bit of you know, it's like a thriller, espionage. It's got some action in it too, some fantastical elements, but it's mostly sci-fi. So you're going to be seeing a lot of things in that vein if you happen to see the comic and whatnot. Got here. Okay. So I'm just gonna start sculpting it. Actually, we're gonna suss it all out. We're gonna work it all out. Don't worry about it. What I want to do first is remesh this. Do that. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, it's behind my camera. I'm gonna add some more polygons. That's basically what I'm doing. And I'm going to smooth it. Like so. What else? Okay. What I'm doing now is I'm going to start. Forgot when I start a new project, I have to set the brushes so that way I can see them all. I like to see all the brushes. Smooth. Yep, that's what I want. I want to blur the smoothness because I don't want to melt the polygons. Just want enough to smooth it out. That's what we're going to do here. I'm working on a tablet, stylus. I got my Gambit glove on, as you can see, so I don't grease up the screen. And yeah, we're just gonna get started. Okay, we should be fine now. On track. All right, we're gonna start working on the shape of the head. It's the grab brush. Grab this and pull it out. Hang on. Okay. Get the side view. All right, I'm gonna pull this, get this going. All right. Work on the chin. This guy, he is this story that I'm writing here. It takes place. It's a contemporary story. It starts in 1972. It's going to be Vietnam era. It won't. This isn't a story about Vietnam. This is just the first setting of the story. It's going to be. The setting is going to move around the world, and this guy here is a Vietnam soldier in the war, but it's not about the war at all. Actually, he's doing something completely different. It's just that's the setting. So if that's something that you don't like, don't worry about it, because it's not really about the Vietnam War. But he's a Vietnam War soldier. He is a man that I have created. That he's kind of like a like a really career, I guess, a lifer as far as the military is concerned. He's made it his complete life. He's a man of action. He likes to get into various conflicts and just keep doing it, but he's getting old, and that's like his character arc. His body is failing him, but he wants to keep fighting. That's his driving motivation in the story. But the story is not really about him, but he is a main character, and it has a lot of characters. I have about 50 or so characters to do, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sculpt the first few that are in whatever scene that they're supposed to be in, and then like do some test pages. Hopefully I can do that within a month or so. I gotta see. That's the plan so far, and I never really did a comic on this scale, so that's going to be something that I'm going to learn and work through. So we'll see how that turns out. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start getting the basics. Oh, hang on. It says flat. Okay, that's what I want. Basic shape of the skull. I think that's a little too strong here. Was it flattened? Hang on. I think it was, yeah, it should be flattened. Why is it doing this though? Okay, it's fine. No, it is not. Why is it inflating instead of deflating? That's so weird. I did not have these problems beforehand. Oh, okay, hold on. Give me a second to work this out. This is exactly the type of things that we want to work through. Okay, we'll just use scrape. All right, so there's going to be this little dent here on the side of the head that's in every skull. I'm going to show you an example just for visual aid. One of the things that I'm using here. You can use a skull, you can use the head. I like using the skull because you can see the complete forms of the cheekbones here, the zygomatic bone. This little dent right here is what I want to establish first, okay? It's like a bony landmark that you want to put that. You want to get the form down so that way you know exactly where to put everything else. And we're going to work through that. One moment. Let me know if the music is too loud. I don't want it to. I don't want to pick. I want it to pick up on my mic. I'm still trying to make sure that everything's set up right. I did a couple of tests earlier, Blender. So you have to. Yeah, I have to be as very. I have to be very. I have to get the form in likeness right, like within as few polygons as possible, just so that way it will run smoothly. And that's something that I have to work on. Okay, back to where we were. Just want to make sure that this isn't lopsided. Okay, get the chin, pull the chin out. Okay, good enough. Get the head. I'm gonna pull the jaw out a little bit, just making sure that the head's in a decent shape here. I am going to flatten this again. Make sure that this is. Oh, this isn't the right. What is the brush doing? I could have sworn it was flattened that I used when I did this before. I guess maybe not. Guess I'll just scrape it. Okay. We established that. Okay. Alright, now, the skull. I guess the cheekbones are fine. Cheeks. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna start working on the skull now. I wanna make sure that it has the shape of an actual human skull. So I'm gonna try to work on that a little bit. Raise this up in the front. Now, you want it to like kind of like taper off in the front and have like a wider back in the skull. Here, let's see if we can. Do I have the skull up? I don't want to spend too much time. I shouldn't, because normally you would do this before you go live, have all the reference ready. But I just want to show you something here. Skull. I don't have any top view skulls. I'm pretty sure I do. I've got a whole big folder of things. Gonna give me a second to find it. I'm using Anatomy of Sculptors, Form of Head and Neck as a reference. It's a very good reference. I've learned this is the primary reference I've used to learn how to sculpt. It's very helpful. So if you have an interest in sculpting, I highly recommend that you use Anatomy of Sculptors to learn the forms of all the muscle groups, bones. You don't really necessarily need to know the names, but you'll probably pick them up the more you use it if you're looking at that. I've heard little, zygomatic bone. I think people just, well, yeah. I've heard, you might hear that like in a hospital show, or if you watch something medical on TV. Where is? I'm sorry about this. Hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, hold on. Pulling up another window. It's pure. This is Pure Wet Ref. It's a nice little program. You can see if you can put something right in there. You can just drag and drop it and have it right next to the thing. But I have it on another screen. There are some things that some anatomical references that I can't really show on Twitch for obvious reasons. Not that any of these models are going to have everything, but you know, just enough to use as a decent reference. Give me a second here. I'm trying to get the picture of a top of a head, just so I get that right. Good enough. This shape. This is the shape you want to go for. That's what I'm looking at right now. All right. Back to the drawing. Sculpt. Bring this back a little bit, like so. Well, the front looks good. I think I'll keep it for now, but you know, you can make little tweaks here and there. But right now, we just want to get the basic forms of the skull done. And you want to look at it from all angles for this reason right here. You sculpt it in one angle, you got to make sure you spin around it and make sure that it looks good in every direction, especially from below. Don't forget that. From below it might look good from every angle, but below, and you're going to see it. Hopefully when it's not too late. So always keep checking it. Okay, I'm going to bring the back out a little bit. That way we have the jaw. Bring the chin forward. Bring it up and forward. This looks more like a skull. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to scrape it a little bit more. Okay. So we want to keep that little indent in the skull. Of course, again, right here. This is what I'm working on right here. You can see this even with all the skin and muscles around it. I want to make sure that that's in there. Don't want to go too far. Just enough that you can see it front there. Okay. Switch brushes here to the grab brush. Pull this out some. All right. Okay. Smooth it out in the front. Okay, I think we can start working on the eyes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the eye sockets in. What you want to do is... I'm picking the brush. I guess that'll be fine. What you want to do is you want to dig out the eye sockets, right? And that'll give you the shape, the sunken, like kind of like the shape around the eyes. That'll give you a nice shape around the eyes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I want to go the other way. There we go. And when you change the mesh this much, like this, you'll see it starts to gets pixelated. That's when you know that you need to, when you start making big changes like this, you need to start remeshing your sculpt, so that way you'll have more polygons to work with and it's easier to manipulate. You'll be seeing me do that a lot. We're going to take this sphere and we're going to really just try to shape it into a skull at the very least. Yeah, I learned this about a year and a half ago. It took me 3 tries to get something that was somewhat passable. I still have a lot to learn, and you're going to see me, like I said, you're going to see me go through it and try to learn how to make better sculpts. I thought, yeah, why not, maybe there's something that you can get out of it. Bring this together. You don't want it too far apart. When I start doing the eyes, it's going to be the two eyes, of course, and then you want enough space for a third eye in the middle. That's how you judge the space between the eyes. So that's what we are going to do here. I don't think I can manipulate this anymore. Alright. I'm going to start remeshing it now. Bring this down. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see it. Okay. Bring it down to 0.4. There's really not much real estate here on the screen, but at least you can see the voxel size. Remesh it. Okay. All right. I'm going to mix it out a little bit more. We're going to make it look more like a skull. Changing my visual aid here to see the front of the skull like that. So I can, that way I can get a decent side, get a good shape for the eye socket. I could probably done that before I remeshed it, but it's okay. Won't be changing it for that much. All right, we're gonna start working on the cheekbones. Let's see here, let's draw sharp. Draw sharp just makes a cut like, see that cut there? I'm gonna do that. Basically just using this to shape the cheekbones. That way we know where everything is. And then I am going to bring them out. These clay strips here. We can bring out some volume, like so. I think you have to go in here a little bit deeper. You can use whatever brush is comfortable for you. I like using mainly just let's see, draw sharp, clay strips, inflate, smooth, flatten, scrape, grab. Those are basically the only brushes that I use to do this. Once you get the hang of whatever program you decide to use, you can use any brush that you feel comfortable with. It's fine. So it took me a couple of weeks to get a sculpt that I was happy with. I was just happy that I was able to do it. I think my first sculpt was I wish I had kept the picture. I was kind of embarrassed by it. I was like, oh my goodness. I gotta go on YouTube or something, figure out how to use these programs here. It looked like the Majora's Mask. I'm gonna try to find it. I hope maybe there was like an autosave or something that kept it, but I might have just tossed it because it was that bad. Okay. Okay. Guess we can go for the nasal opening so we can try to judge where we want the nose to be. I'm using a European male skull because that's the character. Oh no, that's Asian. Whoops. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Nasal opening right here. This is what we're using. It's a reference. You don't want to do that. You have to hold in the button to dig in instead of putting something on top of the clay. You got it on the bottom. I mean, you're pushing in the clay instead of pulling out. Sometimes I don't hold the button down when I want to do something, but luckily you can just undo it. It's not that big of a deal. like you would. I guess I don't know if you can do that with actual clay. I guess you can just put more clay on, right? Well, you'll know exactly what you want to do. It's not like, there's like a kind of a disconnect between, the hand and eye coordination. I think I can just grab this and then shape it like that. You don't really need that much depth in there. I'm gonna put a little more. This is more. I'm treating this more as a test stream. Like I said, I'm not. I did a lot of tests over this weekend to see make sure everything's working fine. So I don't know how far I'm going to get with this, but if I can at least complete this head, then I'll just call that, and I'll probably do a short stream tomorrow. I don't know. I have to check and see, like, is it okay to like do a bare chest, even if it's a dude on Twitch. But I think before I start actually defining the torso, I'll probably just do the muscle groups and just do the rest off stream just in case. I'm not really sure if I should show that, but yeah, that's basically the plan. I'll just keep doing that. It's not like a big deal. You won't miss much. I'm going to try to show as much as I possibly can show on these streams here that I'm going to do. I won't really have to worry about it until I start drawing the female characters, and then probably be a little more cautious in case there's a rule or something that I didn't see. Just spit that out. Alright, you can see it looks more like a skull, but that is okay. Okay. I'm going to call upon some more polygons here. That's what I'm going to do. Mesh it. Alright. And sorry, just some little logistics things here I'm gonna do. Uh-oh. I'm just trying to get everything that I need in the right place here. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright, so the nose should be good. I think what I'm going to start doing is shaping the nose into what the nose is going to look like. So what I am going to do is start that. Did I remesh this already? I hope so. Hang on, I want to see something. What I want to do is I want to keep track of polygon count. I don't think it's gonna matter right now. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Alright. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mask out this area. That we've established with the nasal opening. Shift and I to invert it. I'm just gonna pull that out. Alright. His nose going. Oh no, it's kind of weird. You gotta get it. Oh man. I don't think I want it like that. Little Pinocchio nose. Hang on. Mask. Nope. Okay, here we go. Origin. Take this off. Okay, I'm gonna start shaping this nose here. Just gonna pull it out here. Oh, wow. Get the shape going. One second, just gotta make sure that the shape right. Okay. Uh-oh. Gotta make sure it's straight. I don't want to have a broken nose there. I'm gonna do that again. Should be able to just pull it right out, but for some reason it's being weird. I think it's because I had a smaller brush. Alright, so I'm gonna pull that. Could be the mask too. Let me redo the mask. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna reapply the mask, invert it, then I'm gonna try that again. Make sure that. So. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try this again. I'll work with it. I don't want to spend too much time trying to do this. See, it's already polygonal, so I'm going to have to remesh it as soon as I'm done with this. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see what happened if I kept pulling it out. Okay. I'm gonna work with that. I'm gonna try to shape it from there. Okay. Now I'm gonna start working on the shape of the nose. I'm sure I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm sorry. Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna shape the nose now. I'm trying to get this to look right. So right now it looks like a snowman's nose. I am not sure if I should attempt to fix it anymore. Just go with it. We'll just work on it as we go. You can always adjust it later. Just want to get the general shape before I remesh it. Try to make it like an actual person's nose. Here. Let's see. Definitely got to remesh this, as you can see. Looks like a freaking icicle. Try it a little bit. Just trying to get those pits out of there. It was supposed to be the entire opening that would just pop out the other way, but I guess I did it wrong. I'm gonna have to practice that later. Anything that I get wrong, I'll just adjust it. I'll adjust it. I'll tweak it later, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Of course, we gotta work on the size of the nose. Pull this back some. Gotta raise my brush up so that way we can adjust it as a whole. Hang on. Try to make it somewhat proportionate. Make sure I'm looking at it from the orthographic perspective so I can actually get the proper spacing here. Okay, I think I'm just going to remesh it now. I'll pull that little dip out before I do that. Okay. I'm going to remesh it again. So like I said, that's a pretty big change to the overall mesh. So I'm just going to remesh it. That way there's no problems with trying to shape things later. We're still working on the general shape. Not really worried about the likeness right now. I drew this character before, and I have my art as like a guide on how I want to make it look. But right now I'm just relying on actual human anatomy. And I'll just slowly start working the likeness in. So I'm going to get the shape going here of an actual nose now. You see, remeshing it kind of got rid of that pit there. So now we can start making this look like an actual nose. Try to... And once I establish the nose a little bit more, then I'm going to try to make it fit with the brow, because I think it's a little too, just a little bit too, the space here, this little furrow where the furrow goes, it's a little too flat. So I'm going to try to pull this out a little bit more, because the nose should start, well, it depends on the person really, but sorry. Excuse me. But I want this guy to kind of have like a sharp looking nose. Smooth it out a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna pinch it some so it looks more like, I guess, a Greek nose. Okay. Gonna adjust it some more. Just the basic shape. Don't go too crazy right now. Just slowly work in the details as we go along. Try to get the triangular shape of a nose from the bottom, which I have here as a reference. Hang on. I'm not gonna show it. This is more for me. I'm trying to get. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to do this a little bit more. Still a little large. He doesn't have a super large nose. I think you can bring it back a little bit more. I'm just smoothing it as I go along. Okay, now you could just pull out the nostrils. I'm gonna make it a little thin, and then I'll just use the inflate brush for the nostrils. That way, they have that nice round bulbous shape that a nostril would have. Gotta decrease the brush. So a shape that'll nice isn't a shape that looks like a nose, of course. I do this from the top so I can see better. And we'll slowly start working in that shape from different angles. Once we establish the nostrils, and you're gonna have a bulbous shape in the front too. And there, as you can see, the cartilage shape, it's kind of like a small indentation. Sometimes you can't really see it on mine because I have a wider nose, of course. But sometimes you can get that basic, that it's not really a bone's cartilage, but the landmark of that, you can work that in or not. It depends on you. That's something that's more like a likeness thing. It's a little pronounced. I'm gonna smooth it out so that way it kind of shrinks a little bit. We want to bring the nostril back a little bit more. Okay. I want this bulbous shape to come out a little bit more up top here. Yes, we don't want this to look like he's dripping. like he's melting. Okay. That shape's gonna be in the bottom. Okay. I think maybe we can do the nostrils. Alright, what I want to do is I want to see if I want to work on the brow a little bit. I want to start working in that basic, that shape, that nose shape that goes into the brow a little bit, because it's looking like kind of flat. Even with someone with a smooth head, you're still gonna see that brow. I can't really see and try to show you what I'm doing at the same time. You get the idea. When you have a good reference, you'll see it. You pay attention to those details so that way you get them right. Okay, I'm gonna use clay strips for this. Just a little bit, and then I'll pull it out. This will be a little more pronounced on a male, but that's not always a rule of thumb. If you're doing a more feminine male, then you don't have to do this. And the same goes for a female. If there's a more masculine female, then you can put the brow on her if you want. But for this guy, I'm gonna try to just stick to one end of the scale, if you could call it that, I guess. make him masculine traditionally. Okay. Smooth that out so it doesn't look like clay, of course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower my brush and I'm going to pinch that in a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit more. Like I said, it's going to vary. This part's going to vary from person to person, but I'm going to make them very masculine, so that's what we're doing here. Masculine features. We're going to bring out his brow a little bit. Okay. All right, back to the nose. I'm going to switch it back to the nose. What I'm going to start doing now is I am going to just lay in a little bit of the nasolabial fold. And worry about that right now until I get the eyes in, because that's a muscle. That muscle stretches from where your tear ducts are to, well, it depends. Like I said, this is going to be more of the eye socket, so it kind of starts here. But once I get the eye in, then we can just work on that area. Smooth it out a little bit. I'm gonna adjust the nose a little bit more. I'm going to do now is I think I'm just gonna get the nostrils in. And you can go ahead and just dig those in from the bottom. Nostrils is going to be another thing that's going to vary from person to person. Just put some nostrils in. You could probably follow your likeness if you're following a like if you're doing, I don't know, if you're sculpting like an actual person, like a celebrity, and get a decent reference on how their nostrils look, you can just put them in. So you're gonna get that bulbous shape, which I do believe is there. We already put it there earlier. You can bring it down a little bit more. Then, let's see, we shape that. I don't know how I did this. I must have did that by accident. That's okay. Don't have to go back. Okay. And you see we have this very ghoulish person, but it's getting there. Very ghoulish looking, scaly, super scaly. All right. What do I want to do next? I think, yeah, we can start working on the eye now. So what we're going to do is clay strip, and I'm going to just shape in the eye like this. Get you a nice Judge Doom type of look. Make sure it's nice and spherical, because this around here will give you a more natural eye socket shape, soft tissue, fat that's around your eyeball. That's what you want to do. Just gonna fill that in as far as I can. We don't want to give them super deep eyebrows. You want to look at a side view reference and see how far out that eye comes and how that matches up with the zygomatic bone right here. Need to come on a little bit more. And this might be further into. Have to push that in. Sure. All right. Well, so you want to be able to see your eyelids from the top and the bottom. It's a little too far out on the side there. See, that's why you got to look at it from every side. I'm trying to push that in without flattening it. You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to keep going. Oops. Brush is a little too big for that. Okay, adjust that a little bit. We just need a round shape. We're not going to do much with the eyes yet. What you want to do is you want to establish the shape of this eye area first, and then you can start working in the shape of the eye around this. This is more like a placeholder. It's just to make sure that everything is in place. I'm just gonna adjust this a little bit, because once you start doing the actual eye, once you have the actual shape, then you dig into that. You have around the inside of the shape, and then you just put spheres in, which is a whole other mesh. Oops. That's still a little too far. I'm gonna push it. I'm just gonna push it back. I may have gone too far there. Make sure you're looking at it from the side view, so you don't mess up. You don't want to look at it at a slight angle, so that'll kind of mess up your perspective a little bit. All right, I think that'll do. Look, you want to keep that shape. You want to keep that circular shape. So what I'm trying to do is I'm gonna try to just get a little more rounded in the front there. Okay, I think we got it. We'll go with that, and we'll just adjust it as we go along. Okay. And now, thanks to that, we can start laying in the shape. Hang on. What I want to start doing now is I want to start doing the cheekbones, getting that going. Just a little bit. Use a grab brush. I'm just going to pull them out. Some. Okay. Establish the shape, form. I think this is kind of form and likeness. Like I said, this part is going to vary from person to person. If you're just doing a generic human, then you can just, whatever anatomy reference you're following, you can just follow that. But if you're doing a likeness, then you would follow the likeness, because this will be different. That will be something that's different from depending on the person that you are doing. I'll start working on that a little bit. I'm going to do the nasal labial fold. I'm going to start laying in the shape of that, the general shape. That'll come out a little bit. And what I can do, try to shape it all. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Start laying in the nasal labial fold. And those lines that we put in earlier, kind of accent that a bit. Accentuate. lay those in, and put that out a little bit more. Okay. Now we can start working on the eyes now. Anyway, let me look at the forehead, because I kind of didn't really do much with that. Looks like we need to just following a basic shape of a forehead. We didn't really do that. It's a little too slanted. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull that out some while we have the polygons to do so. Oops. I want to affect a larger area because this is the forehead. Make sure it's not middle. This helps. Okay. Always make little tweaks here and there, no matter what. Just as long as it follows. If you're trying to do a human, like an actual human, like a real human, just want to follow the basic anatomy. Should be good. See, we kind of lost that wider shape in the back. We're gonna have to adjust that. I think this forehead needs to come out a little bit more. So we're gonna bring it out. Bring it out some. Just a little bit. Not that much. Okay. I think that'll do. Alright, I'm gonna see the top now. Oops, it's not the top. That's the top. That is the top. So make sure that I keep the general shape of the skull intact without making him look like an alien. Some kind of xenomorph creature. Yes, maybe we can push this in a little bit. We'll just make little tweaks to that as we go. Hang on. Okay. This is the back. You gotta make sure you get the back right. Just to make sure that we are good here. Still okay. Starting to start. Maybe I went a little too far. Yeah, he looks like an alien now. Okay, hold on. Let's push that back in a little bit. Okay, that's fine. You have to keep looking at it from a decent angle, and you'll see the way, you know, it won't look so bad once he has a neck. You know, and sometimes proportions of other body parts will help you determine how something should look elsewhere. So we are going to keep an eye out for what we're doing here. Once he has a neck, then we'll be able to further tweak that. Okay. What I'm going to do is now I'm going to start working on the eyes. What do we want here? We want to look at some eyes, don't we? Just to make sure that we get it right. Alright. I'm going to use clay strips for this. I think that's easier. We can start establishing the shape of the eye. go a little smaller. That. I might be a little too small. Actually, I might be running out of polygons, I think. Hold on. I'm gonna remesh it. Alright. Well, since we're gonna go over this, we don't have to worry about all of that. I guess you could smooth in if you want, but we're gonna just sculpt over that. So we're not gonna worry about that. Just do it to a point where it's pronounced so we can see the shape of that the eye is gonna be. That's where the duct will be. Going to just get the general shape of the eye. I'm just trying to go until I can see what I'm doing here. Okay, I think we're starting to get it. It's just a generic eye shape I went with this character, so wait, let me go back. Okay, hold on. Trying to make sure I get it established here. Okay. Okay, that's looking a little too much. Hang on, let me go back. Eye. Just trying to get the lid here. Just want to be able to see the lid. Just enough so I can get a correct eye shape. I don't want to. He doesn't have like a large eye opening. He doesn't have large eyes. We'll just say that. So I'm going to try to get this just so I can see what I am doing here. Okay, I think that's good. Just wanted to make sure I could see the eye. Hey RTFX Studio, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just sculpting here, just trying to make sure that sculpting a character. Trying to make sure that I got this right. I moved everything to Blender. I don't use ZBrush anymore. They have a subscription base that I'm not willing to pay for, so I just moved everything to Blender. It looks a little different, and I have less room to work with. So, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Just some things need adjustment. Don't want that there. Okay, that's fine. I'm working on the eye shape now. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. It's not as hard as it might seem. I took a lot of time practicing, but I think and there's still a lot that I have to learn, but I think I can reliably sculpt a character on here, so it's not so bad. Right now, I'm just okay. So what I'm going to do is, oh, it takes some getting used to. Like I think I already told you this, but I was explaining earlier that my first sculpt looked like a very deformed version of the Majora's Mask moon, and I wish I had kept it. I really wish I kept it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check my other computer and see if I have like an auto save or something of that one, because I kind of want to show that just as a proof of where I started. Okay, I'll take a look at it after the stream. But yeah, it was. I was I was like, oh man, I was so disappointed that I just deleted it. But you saw my second and my third sculpt. It's just but those were like with a enormous amount of polygons. Like I was like I could you have a like this the freaking the program doesn't lag, so you can go like as far as you want. But here I've gone up to like 20 million polygons, and it was very laggy. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that I limit myself as much as possible and only remesh the sculpt when necessary. I'm trying to get rid of this. I'll just leave that when I remesh it. It'll go away. 99, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh, that's all right. It's a little ramshackle. I just wanted to I spent over the weekend trying to make sure that my sound is good. Is my sound good? Is there any problems with the sound? I heard myself. I didn't hear anything. All right, cool. Thank you. That was the only thing that I was really worried about. I got I still have a lot of stuff that I want to do for the stream, but I think it's a good starting point. I just wanted to make sure that I could just like get up, you know, do my morning routine, eat, and then just sculpt whatever I draw because I do that in the morning anyway. So I thought, why not just stream it, you know? I was explaining earlier that I studied this for about a year. I think I started with Daz Studio, and that comes with like pre-made things. I thought maybe I could just work off the poses, but it's still, I don't know, the results that I was getting from that is still kind of off. I want to, the goal of this is to make sure that the art for the webcomic is consistent. Oh yeah. I know, sure. I'm so sorry it took so long for me to do this. Oh man, I wanted to do this last year, and almost been exactly a year. But you already know the story behind that. There's so many obstacles that I had to jump over. Hopefully, I got it to where I can just get on, sculpt, draw, whatever, and then be done with it. Everything should be good now. Oh man, I don't know why I keep wanting to adjust that, but yeah, I'm just working on the eyes. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I have no expectations. I just want to just to draw, you know, just do my hobby on the stream, and hopefully someone will get something out of that at the very least. I saw that my notifications are kind of slow, but I'll take a look at that after the stream. What I'm doing here is I'm establishing the eyelids. I want to make sure the eyelids are in the right place here, especially the corners of the eyelids, because when you do the retopology, you want to have this little pink thing underneath the eye. You want to have that surface there because you want to put polygons there. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to do all my sculpts as low poly as possible, and I'm going to remesh them even lower, because even with like something like 130,000 polygons, which I think is kind of like what people are doing now in video games, it if I animate that and put physics and whatnot, it's still kind of like choppy. But that's only in cycles. I think people render in Eevee when they do things like that. There's no lag there, but I want to make sure that everything is cool. So I'm just working in as little polygons as possible. We got a guy here. I'm sculpting my characters in order of appearance, and this is the first person that appears in the webcomic. I was I have been doing comics as a hobby since high school. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, you just did. But yeah, yeah, it's fine. If that's what you want to do, it's fine. I'm gonna try to, keep it cool, but we're all adults here. We're all right, so it's okay. Yeah, elementary school. Yes, yes. Yeah, take a stack of papers, fold them together, and make some silly characters. Now I started doing this. I was I started off doing like a lot of people on DeviantArt, um, recolors, recolors of existing characters, and I just slowly started creating. Yeah, yes, Dread and Tricep. Oh man, Dread. That's like I like macabre stuff. I probably I saw horror movies and action movies at an early age, and that kind of like influenced my art a little bit, and I just kept that theme going. That character is probably most inspired by, well, actually it is. It's not probably, but it's most inspired by Spawn, and I made stories probably just as edgy, if not edgier. I think I want to try to put some real effort into the story. I already wrote it. It's I've spent 3 years writing it. I stopped streaming because I wanted to focus on writing the story. I did stream, I think from 2013 to 2017, off and on, just some variety stuff. Slowly work that in, but for right now, I just want to focus on the art. So that's what I've been doing. Uh, I'm just trying to get the eyes here to a point where I can see the general shape. I think I'm going to open them up a little bit. Oh, yeah, yeah, the ancient dread. You know what I was thinking about doing? I was thinking if I ever get channel points, what I was thinking about doing is for a certain amount, I just show off an old piece that I did, whether it be physical, which I have right here. This is the remaining physical from high school. I have it in this little thing. Sorry, I forgot how I gotta get it in front of the camera here. This right here, I have all my high school stuff and everything I did around that time in here to random. It was used to be a little thicker, but from traveling around the world, I lost most of that stuff because I left it behind and it wasn't well managed. Um, and all my digital art I have on my computer. So yeah, I'll whatever I can. I think I only did like at the most like two things that might be too much for Twitch. But what I want to do is I'll just show the piece and then I'll just tell a little story behind it, or what I was thinking, my headspace, and maybe a little bit about the character because it's all in the same universe, and I kind of want to like keep it that way. I have like my own little story universe, and that's kind of where this comic comes from. There was a point in my original story where the main character would meet someone from this current webcomic that I'm working on, and they were going to do like this whole hour long exposition dump, like in Metal Gear Solid, because that was another big influence on my art. But I was like, you know what? I should tell that story one day, and I had it in my head from then, and this was still in high school. I think that it was going to be in a comic form because I was already like trying to think of how I would animate things, which is that's something further down the line. I was like, you know what? Let me since I'm moving from paper and pencil to digital, let me focus on getting that, because there was a period in time that was like a 3 year period where I didn't draw anything. I think I did like one wall mural in Washington State, and then I don't know what happened to that. It's indoors, so you'll never find it. But yeah, I think between that period and maybe one or two, maybe three pieces inside that folder I just showed you. in that 3 year period, and I kind of like slipped a little bit, and then I moved to digital art. So I kind of had to like kind of remember and refresh my skills a little bit. So I thought maybe don't do an animation yet, and just redo my art, and I'm still on that path, I guess. So that's what I have been doing here. And yeah, the story of that exposition dump was the web comic. So I was like, okay, instead of doing that in a comic book form, just tell the story. So I'm gonna tell a story. That way, if I ever get to animate that scene, it's just you already know, if you've been following the story, what happened, and it's just like a couple of lines or whatever. It's kind of weird. I was practicing animation lately between my car designs. I had a dream to do Tattles animations. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been let's see, I got into animation in fourth grade. I think that was the same year that I met you, as a matter of fact. And things have a funny way of falling together. I think I was watching and this is like one thing, you know, Beavis and Butthead. My parents did not like me watching that at all, and I've seen like way worse stuff. I used to watch Predator. People getting ripped and destroyed in Predator. Oh, you don't hear the music? Okay, thank you for telling me. Yeah, it was you know what it is. Hang on, I'm not gonna do that one. There you go. Can you hear that now? Can you hear the music? Yes. It should be on a different channel, so it won't be. It shouldn't be in the VOD. I'm gonna test that later. But just in case it is in the VOD, it's all video game music. It's nothing, copyrighted. I have like 48 hours worth of music that I have on my computer, and the playlist that you gave me, Studio, I'm gonna work that in. I just want it on my computer. I just kind of forgot to do that. Yeah, I wanted to do that yesterday, but I did a sound test, and then I got wrapped up in, the Discord server and Minecraft and all that. I kind of let that slip a little bit. But my goal was to have a playlist for the stream starting and ending. I don't know. I just probably don't have to do that, but it was just something that I had an idea for. I was like, I'm gonna do it that way. Why not? Just hear different stuff, hear different things when I start. It was probably more retro stuff, and then when I start, then I think what is this? Yeah, this is Cuphead. I have I have a lot of RTS music in the playlist right now, but as soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna finish doing what I was supposed to do yesterday. Yeah, I can barely hear it because I have it going in my headphones, and my mic is very sensitive. Oh yeah, I think that was the mouse tank. That was my favorite boss fight in the game. So I got that song. Remember that mouse tank? It's 99. That was my absolute favorite boss in the game. The music, the fight, everything. The crazy, the German mouse. That was pretty cool. I think that was the peak. All right, no problem. No problem. Take your time. What's I doing? Right. I'm gonna do the mouth now. I'm gonna create the slot for the mouth, and I'm gonna remesh this because it's starting to get a little pixelated. We don't want that because we won't be able to manipulate the polygons in the way that we want to. I've said this already, but in case you missed it, I am using Anatomy for Sculptors as a sculpting reference. If you ever get into this and you want to do humans, this is in my opinion, the absolute best reference that you could possibly have for sculpting. It has body parts in every angle, and and that's the way you want to sculpt. You want to make sure that everything looks good and angle, like the nose, for example. I got the basic shapes down. Not so much the likeness yet. I'm working on the eyes. Zygomatic bone, freaking nasolabial fold, all that stuff. That's what we're working on right now. Just slowly working on the basic shapes of the face, the head, and slowly working in the likeness. It's not as important as in this stage, but as we start to get the face together, then you can start working on how things look. By the way, this is a picture I drew after I wrote the story. This is how he's supposed to look. It's not, accurate to real life, and it's a very rough sketch, but I'm gonna try to make it look like this, but realistic, more realistic. That was the very first iteration of this character that I drew. When I had it in my head, the story was still fresh. I've been working a lot on the 3D sculpts and the stream, so I haven't had a lot of time to edit the story, but I got a lot of the first third of it done, and most of it I don't have to change. I'm after stepping away from it for a while. I had already edited it a few more times since, but after stepping away from it for a while and then reading it, I read through it before I start editing it again, just to make sure that everything makes sense to me. And a lot of it, I feel like it's fine. I did okay. I think I'm an amateur story writer. Okay, I'm not an expert by any means, but I am personally satisfied with it. So we'll see how it turns out with the art and everything. It's a little wordy though. That's one thing I can say about it. It's all words, so I'm gonna have to create more pages to spread the words out. I know a lot of webtoons, they do the bubbles. The speech bubbles have like 2 lines, and then that's it per panel. And I'll probably just follow that. I don't want to make it too many words, like I guess there's a lot of webcomics that do the wall of text. That's what I'm trying to avoid the most, because that'll just bore people. People aren't gonna read through that. So I'm just trying to make it. I'll just have to draw more, which is not a bad thing, and spread the words out. It's gonna be a lot, I think, but I think it'll work out. Give me a second here, adjusting what I'm looking at. Alright, I'm gonna bring his cheeks out. Okay. So there's just a little more behind this. I'm gonna smooth it out. You don't have to smooth it all away. Probably keep some of the lines in. This is almost a middle-aged man. He's like an action type guy. He likes living in the moment, living by the way of a warrior, I guess. He's a Vietnam soldier. The story that I wrote starts in 1972 and it goes for years and years after that. But this is a Vietnam era soldier. It's not about Vietnam. That's just the setting that the story starts in. He's doing something completely unrelated to that event. So that's something that you're not really into. Don't worry about it. It doesn't really factor into the story. I told my own story. That's just the time period. Yeah, he's an action man, but he's getting old, and that's kind of like the theme of his character growth there. He can't really do all the stuff that he used to do. That kind of drives his decisions in the story. This isn't the main character either. It's just the first guy, in appearance. But he is a main character. He's not the main character. He's not the protagonist. He's not the protagonist. Where was I? Okay, I got to do mouth now. Make sure the mouth is in the right area here. So now I'm using this nondescript person. Well, that's a 3D scan actually, but I'm using this as reference as where to put the mouth. It's a similar face to what I drew, so but I'm not following that, just mainly the facial proportions of where everything is. Just make sure I have the mouth in the right spot, but I'm not gonna make it look like this guy. I used to use when I started doing digital art in Photoshop, I would just grab whatever I could find off of Google and use that as a reference if I had trouble drawing something. And that is almost that. It's very annoying when you want something specific, like very specific, because you're not gonna. It's gonna be very hard to find, and it'll take up a lot of time just looking for the right image or the right lighting or whatever. And I thought maybe you can do all that in a 3D program. So it's like an all-in-one thing. It's gonna take a little longer to, you have to basically design the character twice, like once in 3D for a reference, and then you just use that as a reference to draw it. I don't really want to use the 3D models in the webcomic. I know there's some people that do that. I don't see myself doing that. I don't want to tell it that way. But I do want to sharpen my skills here, because I want to do what you guys are doing and maybe create a game or something, just something small. And I have this side of it. Besides the animation, I can do the modeling and the rigging. I've learned how to do that. But and I'll do the anime. I'll try to figure out how to animate in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, as I was saying, in 4th grade, I saw an episode of Beavis and Butthead, and it was about them doing an animation in class. And I thought, well, I was like, oh yeah, I want to do that. And then that week, our 4th grade teacher showed us how to make flip books. So I had that. That was where my interest in animating was conceived from. Basically where it all began as far as animation is concerned. I think I was already drawing. Yeah, I was already drawing since then. I think I was drawing like at 3 years old. One of my family members was doodling on a napkin, and I was like, man, that's really cool, and I always wanted to do it. So I started off drawing stick figures. I think the next time I'm over my aunt's house, I need to see if she has, there's a Puff the Magic Dragon book that I used to have. It has my very first drawing. If I can find that, if that still exists, I will definitely show that on stream. It's just stick figures. It's stick figures of my very first fan art. It's Double Dragon. And it's just a bunch of, it's a stick figure doing a jump kick, and both of his stick arms, both of his stick arms are facing this way, and he's kicking this way, and my D's are backwards. I didn't value my old art back in the day. I was just like whatever, I drew it. But I wish I'd kept the stuff that I drew in elementary school. I gave my art to my friends, and one of their pipes burst or something in their old house, and it destroyed all of it. So, oh well. Some things you just can't. Some things you just are not meant to be. Let me get closer here. Okay. I want to try to. Oh wait, I know why this isn't working. I have to read that shit. Oh. Do something here. I want to move the mouth down a little bit. As you can see, it was in the correct spot, but then I messed it up. I could have just grabbed it and moved it down, but... Oh, Jenica Jones, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm making and pretty much working out my workflow in Blender here. I started doing this almost a year and a half ago, and I wanted to use this as a reference for a webcomic that I have written already. I just got to do the art. I thought, why not stream it? So here I am. I'm working on the characters in order of appearance, and this is the first character that appears in the webcomic. I want to sculpt it and then use it as a reference. I'm going to draw the arm. Thank you so much. I have a lot to learn, and I'm going to go through that learning process on stream. Basically, every morning, as much whatever I can show on Twitch, because I have to sculpt, the actual body first, and I'm probably not gonna be able to do with like a female torso on Twitch. I don't know how far I can go. I've seen people like at least get the general shape down, but just to err on the side of caution, I'll probably just do the underlying muscle groups, and then the like say maybe like however long it takes me to finish that. And the next stream, I'll go on from there. Yeah, I'm just laying down the basic shapes. We got the cheekbones here, the eyes, and I'm starting working on the mouth now. Just general shapes, very little likeness so far. I planned out how this character was going to look, so I am just right now just trying to get all the proportions in order. And yeah, that's about it. Hang on, because I am getting the bottom there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask out the bottom so I'm not grabbing that as well. So that way I can only manipulate the top lip. So I'm going to mask out the chin here. And then I'll be able to control the upper lip without moving the bottom lip. That way we save ourselves the trouble of having to adjust the rest of the face later, even though we're going to do tweaks all over. Well, we can kind of minimize some of the tweaks we have to do. Get it right the first time. Okay. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Okay, we're going to try to get the shape of the upper lip here. Just up some, pull that. Still getting, that's okay. We'll adjust that later. Okay, work on the side of the mouth there. It's pretty much centered. Hang on. This is where you would put however you want your character's lips to look if you're going after a specific likeness, like if you're doing a celebrity or you have a way of what you want to do as far as how they go, then this is where you would follow exactly how the lips look, exactly how you want the lips to look. And I have an idea already. Okay. Guess it's good. Okay, now this little area right here, it's like a little draw. Where I'm going to work on next. Take the draw sharp and I'm going to invert it so it creates that little ledge on the top of the lip there. Like so. Now we just got to pull it out so you can get some of the lip volume, because you can see the lips from the side. Okay. Oh yeah, I since I was like about 3 years old, I have been I think I said this like not too long ago, but I'm gonna say it again. I got my interest in art when I was like 3 years old. One of my family members, it was my mom. She was drawing on the napkin. It was like a there was like a cup of water nearby, and she was drawing it, and I thought that was so cool. Hey, the realness. Thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. I got in the yeah. That's when I got in the drawing, and I was like, yeah. I was like, man, I want to do that, and I started doing. I started like trying to emulate that. And I was saying earlier that there is a Puff the Magic Dragon book. It used to be this toy in the 80s, right? It was I think it's sung or something, because it was a music notebook, and in the back of it is my very first drawing. My very first fan art is of it's Double Dragon, and it's a stick figure. It's a stick figure doing a jump kick, and his arms are this way. Like, oh my, sorry, I keep doing that. His arms are like facing this way, and he's kicking that way. He's like jumping in the air. And I just started from there, you know. And then after that, like say about a few years later, I started getting into comic books, and then that started to, you know, influence me. I was pretty big into X-Men, and they just brought back that cartoon. I haven't seen it yet because I don't have any. I don't think I have any streaming service subscriptions right now. I kind of got rid of them all because I've been doing this for the past year and a half or so, trying to figure it out. And I can't do this and watch something. I can listen, but I'm usually like trying to like go on YouTube and figure out how to use these programs. There's a lot to them, so I've been doing that. Yeah, yeah, moms. Yeah, they give us our powers. I'm very grateful for that. Yeah, that and yeah, that was my very first art, and I hope it was over my aunt's house. That was the last time I seen that book, and I hope that it's still over there, because if I find that book, I'm going to show that on the stream. Like if I ever get channel point redeems, I'm going to have a redeem to where I just show my old art, no matter how cringe, embarrassing, whatever it is. I think there's only like 2 things that I did that are kind of, you know, it's a little racy, but I don't typically do things like that. But this webcomic I'm doing it's a little more of a mature story. So I'm very grateful for. I'm always going to be learning, and I'm going to show that here on the stream. But yeah, I'm very grateful for this skill. This brings me great joy, even if I don't get the results that I want. It's always a learning process. Really like doing it. I spend most of my time doing it, and when I wind down, I'm used to consuming something that is artistic, like a video game or an animation. I want to get into that too. Or I already wrote the story, but I edited it, you know, just to finalize whatever. I have a lot to draw. So that's pretty much what I do. 99 showed me his childhood comic books last night. Very much stick figures fighting. yeah. Yeah, I've known him since 4th grade. Yeah, man. He was at the time he was a bit further along than me. He was one of my influences too, because I just drew, you know, for the heck of it. I didn't really. There were people. I think there was someone in my family that drew, and they didn't draw stick figures, and that kind of inspired me to stop drawing stick figures. I kind of like bumped up a little bit. It was very basic, cartoony Mr. Bill type shape looking characters, you know. So then it came to that, and then comic books, you know. I started drawing more superheroes, and then I think the following year I met Mr. Bill. I did not watch Little Bill. I think I was a little bit older when that came out. When Little Bill was on Nickelodeon, right? I think because Nickelodeon was one of the first things that I watched when I was watching Nickelodeon, and this was around the time that I started learning how to draw. It was David and the Gnome, Hey Dude, You Can't Do That on Television, Double Dare, Wild and Crazy Kids. I've even seen the Nick at Night shows, and you know, like Mary Tyler Moore and Dick Van Dyke and Get Smart. I just kept it on that channel when I wasn't watching something that probably shouldn't watch. But no, Little Bill. I think that was in the '90s. I didn't watch a lot of Nick Jr. then. My little brother did. I think I might have seen a couple of Blues Clues while I was doing something else. But as I got older, I didn't really watch Nick Jr. too much. I'm pretty sure that's a Nick Jr. show. It sounds very familiar. I'm almost certain I have it right. But no, Mr. Bill is a clay character that just gets mutilated by stuff. He's like, it's like a real world thing. It's this guy, I forget his name. He did these clay character shows. He did the Pizza Hut character. It was like a slice of pizza, and would just the guy like and Mr. Hand would. It was like a commercial that Pizza Hut did for a while in the '90s. And he would grab the pizza. Something would happen to the pizza. You know, it was the same thing. Same thing with Mr. Bill, and I think Stick Stickly was similar in that vein, but nothing really happened to Stick Stickly. It was more like a mascot. But Mr. Bill would get run over or crushed or something would happen because he was made out of clay, and he wasn't like, no. You know, it's just some weird old stuff. But yeah, that was basically Mr. Bill. Not Little Bill, but Mr. Bill. But that's how my drawings looked. It looked like the clay guy. He's made out of clay. He's okay. He comes back like literally seconds later. He's okay. It wasn't too violent because it was Nickelodeon. It's very lighthearted things. Okay, I gotta remesh this. I'll end that. I'm running out of polygons here. I can't even move the lips that much anymore. Yeah, Gumby. Yeah, that was it's a WITF show. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, well, yeah. Gumby's more claymation. This was Mr. Bill was an actual hand would come down and pick up a clay character that the guy who was holding it was probably voicing and just moving him around. That's all it was. And someone was voicing it. I'm pretty sure it was the guy that was holding the clay. It wasn't like claymation. The only thing that I've seen of that was besides low budget claymation, yeah. Besides Gumby was I think Mad TV did something like that too. They would do like these mature things with claymation and, you know, for comedic effect or whatever. But yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start working on the lips next. You can see the shape of the lip. This is what I'm using for a reference here for pretty much every body part. Anatomy for sculptors, absolute best thing you can use. I'm just saying that, I'm just putting that out there. You want to do a human, learn in Blender. These are great references to use, and this is what I am going to be using pretty much forever until I can, unless I memorize it and I don't need it anymore. But it's always good to have. I'm gonna work on this area. I forget what it's called. I'm not even gonna try to remember right now. And these are like three basic shapes of the lips. It's going to be like a circle here, and like a kind of like a triangle shape here. So that's what we're going to put in. We're going to put in those shapes right there on the upper lip. That is what I am doing next. But yeah, those are the starting shows of Nick. There was a lot more shows in the 90s that I watched. In the 90s, shoot, some of those shows that I named, they went into the 90s a little bit. I'm trying to remember. Was it Rugrats? Yeah, Rugrats. I think Double Dare was off, but Mark Summers, they gave him like 3 shows. So they had like What Would You Do? I think that was on. It was the one where it was some kind of trivia thing, and people got to sit in a chair, and there's like these arms with pies on them, and they would throw them at the person who lost or whatever, or whoever got it wasn't a bonus, but it was like a penalty or whatever. Figure it out. Yeah, what would you do? What would you do? I still remember that. The last time I seen Mark Summers, he was on the Food Channel. He was doing a food show. Yes. Oh man. They really, I don't know how they thought it out, but they really did. You know, you can't do that on television. One of the things that one of the shows that I mentioned, that was the first show. It was a Canadian show. It was the first show to use a slime. They started that in the late 70s, but Nickelodeon had like bought the rights to show it on their channel. At first, they used things that spoiled as the first slime. Like, it was like rotting food the first time, and then they switched to like oatmeal and hair care products because it was hard to clean out of their hair when they were done getting slimed or whatever. And, like, kids were complaining. But yeah, that's how that started. Can't do that on television. Started that. Good idea. Bad idea. Yeah. That was Kablam, right? That was one of my favorite shows, Kablam. I liked almost every segment of that show. I think my favorite one was what was it? Action League Now was one of the ones that I liked the most, and Prometheus and Bob, because he was trying to teach the caveman, and the caveman would get the thing wrong, and you know, it was the comedic effect, whatever it was, something very simple. He just didn't know what to do because, you know, he was a caveman. It's kind of funny. And the alien would get so frustrated, he would just be like, just turn the camera off. Yeah, I remember Good Idea, Bad Idea. I forget how it went, but I remember the voice. The good idea, bad idea. And we want these shapes that I just did to come out. They're not coming out at all. I'm gonna pull them out though. You want these shapes to kind of poke out a little bit, because that's what, you know, upper lip to do. Kind of forgot to do that. Oops. Oh, you know what? I should have done that when I had the bottom masked. That's okay. I'll just do it again. Oops. Yeah, and what was it? They had the Offbeats, I think that was another skit. It was like a variety show, like a comedy variety show, but it was mostly animation. Actually, Now was, I think that was also claymation, but it was done with like G.I. Joe type toys and He-Man toys and things like that. Something like that. And it was just like a superhero team, and they had these weird abilities that they would somehow, you know, complete the mission with. And it was kind of like the progenitor to Toy Story. Yeah, Action League Now, yeah. It was like they were in like a room, like a big room, and they were toys, and they would just do all their missions out of a house or something, or outside. Stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was basically a He-Man toy. At least it looked like one. I'm not sure if that was actually He-Man, but it might as well have been a He-Man toy. Okay, I'm going to try to pull this out without deforming what we've done already. Okay. We're not supposed to be pulling the bottom out. I guess I didn't go far enough with the masking. No problem. I'll just go back and remask it so that way we don't move the bottom. Yeah, Kablam. Yeah. That was a little more mid, like in the mid to late 90s. Yeah, Meltman, Meltman, Stinky Diver. What was it? The Flesh. I don't remember the other ones because it's been so long. Hey Arnold. They had a lot of Nicktoons, like a lot of good cartoons. That, oh man, yeah. They have a lot of cartoons that they had that were pretty decent. Hey Arnold, yeah, I said Hey Arnold. Angry Beavers. My Brother and Me. I remember that. That was like their African American show. It didn't last too long, but it was. I remember it was pretty decent, you know, for what it was. Yeah, you know, when I wasn't When I wasn't, I think I watched a couple of cartoons, but it was, yeah, yeah, Dee Dee and Alfie, I think it was. Yeah, me and my brother like that. Yes, yeah. Oh man, that show was always on repeat. Um, what was the other one? Secret World of Alex Mack. That was another one that they had going at the time. Space Cases. They had the Are You Afraid of the Dark? All that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna reduce the brush. Goosebumps, yes. I read those, yeah. You know, that fourth grade was the same year our teacher had a bunch of Goosebump books, and that's how I got into them. It was very interesting. My favorite ones were the Monster Blood ones. I know in fact they have 4 or 5 now, but at the time they were up to 3. Like, because I think those were popular with other kids too. But Monster Blood was was the one that I liked the most. It was like a can of oh, okay. I didn't see the movie. It was because it's been so long now. I don't you know, I'm not really interested in that anymore. I don't. There's very few things I'll do out of nostalgia. Like I know, like I said, I used to watch the X-Men cartoon and they just brought that back. I'll get around to it eventually, but yeah, that was like one of my favorite shows. I watched. They had Spider-Man and Batman, the animated series. Very good cartoons. They had those. Well, I would say Batman and X-Men. Those were ahead of their time, I think. You know, there weren't too many cartoons that were tackling the themes that they had. You know. Oh yeah, yeah. I was like, wow. I think they even had, because they had the Wolverine and Sabretooth. They had Sabretooth like cut Wolverine's chest. He was trying to save Jubilee. they had Sabretooth in the mansion, and Professor X thought he could save him. But Sabretooth is a psychopath, and Wolverine was trying to tell them the entire time, like, no, you can't help this guy. You need to get rid of him, get him out of the mansion. But and he was like, as long as he's here, I'm not gonna be here. Oh yeah, man. Well, let me see. That came out in '92. Yeah, I was around that age, but I was already like into comic books and stuff. And even though they had the comics code, they tried every trick in the book to get around that stuff. So you kind of get an idea of the types of stories that can be told with superheroes. This was, I guess technically, the whole dark and edgy, trend that was going on. I guess Alan Moore and Frank Miller started that with Batman and all the stories that they made, Watchmen and all that. That was in the '80s, so it was already on that path. But there were a lot of things that were inspired by that, especially when you had those all those creators like Todd McFarlane, and he was among one of the first artists that I knew of, because he was doing Spider-Man at the time when I started getting into comic books. And they had his art on one of the Genesis games, Spider-Man versus the Kingpin, I think it was. It was too much for me at the time. I couldn't really beat it. I think I got to like Kingpin one time and I didn't know how to beat him because he's like invincible. You have to hit him in the head the entire time. You have to jump and hit him in the head. You can't hit him anywhere else. And if he hits you like fly across the screen. And I couldn't beat him in time to save Mary Jane because she's being lowered into like a vat, like that typical like damsel in distress situation where like, oh, I didn't have it. I couldn't beat Kingpin before she got lowered in. If she gets lowered in, it's game over. You don't get another try. There's no lives in that game. If you get, yeah, he was really big and he has the white coat. That was like his thing, the white coat with the purple pants. I don't think he had purple. I think he just had all white with Vincent D'Onofrio. Is that how you say his name? But he's like, he frames Spider-Man. He's like, he tells the city that Spider-Man planted these bombs, and the city just believes him. So the whole city is against you in this game. and you have to find the bombs and the keys. He gave the keys to the Sinister Six for some reason, and the bomb is in one of his hideouts, but he managed to convince the city that Spider-Man did it. So cops, regular people, they're all trying to stop you from. They're all trying to capture you. So when you lose your life, you get put in jail, and the whole thing is timed, right? You have 24 hours. It's like in-game time though. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's like a half an hour. They didn't really like bog it out. But every time you get arrested, you break out of jail, but you lose time. And if the time reaches zero, then it just blows. Everything blows up and it's game over. So there's really no lives. But when you get to the Kingpin, you only have one shot at beating him. And then before Mary Jane dies, and that's the end of it. And sometimes you have to, when you fight on the highest difficulty, if you fight a boss, sometimes Venom jumps in and you have to like fight two people. It was a very difficult game, and they make you play on the highest difficulty to beat it. It was an interesting game. The music is kind of wonky. It's very it's kind of, you know, ear piercing, but, you know, endearing in a way, I guess. I don't know, because, you know, it's a pretty decent game. Yeah. I can't think of anything where they told a story where you know, that painted her in a good light, you know, besides damsel in distress. She's a model. It was typical stuff, you know. They always find her and kidnap her, and it has to be this woman that I have to kidnap. They don't know. I think only like, you know, Green Goblin always knows who Spider-Man is. Yeah. Kirsten Dunst is alright, but yeah, her character, they made her freaking cheat on everyone she was with. I was like, what is this? You know, at the time, you know, it's like, whoa, Spider-Man movie, but you know, when you have that critical switch that you flip, it's like, wait a minute, man, why did they do this? Why did they make this character do this? But yeah, that's, you know, it's whatever. I'm sure that if they ever put that Mary Jane in the movie again, they'll probably do something a little different. Maybe, I don't know. Green Goblin in those was absolutely the best character. Yeah. That's what made, you know, the old stuff good, because that's one thing that the movies, I thought, did pretty well, is that, you know, they all have some kind of connection to the character. It's not just like a villain of the week. It's like personal people in his life. And I guess it's been a while since I read a Spider-Man comic, but I think the comics were the same way, right? I don't know. A lot of people don't like the Spider-Man comics these days, because I don't even think Mary Jane is with Peter Parker now. I think she's with some other guy after they reset the time or whatever. I don't know. It's like they're like, X-Men has peaks and valleys, but people have been complaining about Spider-Man books since the Clone Saga, when it was like 8 Spider-Mans. Willem Dafoe was perfect for that role. Yes, that was a very good casting. You can't do this to me. Do not want to sacrifice. I used to say that all the time. Just say it in the chat. You can't do this to me. You know, he always has those lines, you know, those lines where he changes his voice, like, so, like, he has like this huge range with his voice, so he's like he makes it interesting. And they went and brought him back for the new thing, the new movie. Was it No Way Home? Is it No Way Home, right? Yeah. The Far From Home was the other one, where they're just in another country. Very, very much fueled by nostalgia, but I thought it was okay. You know, it was decent. I thought it was interesting seeing those characters again. You know. All right, let me go on ahead and pull this out some more. It should be like this. Yeah, I like Willem Dafoe as an actor. He's a very good actor. I like everything that I've seen him in. He's always been a benefit to whatever movie he's in. I can't think of a movie right now where that I didn't like that he's in, and I'm like, oh yeah, he was terrible in that movie. No, even if the movie was bad, which I can't think of any right now, I think he was pretty good in it overall. Matter of fact, before Spider-Man came out, um, where did I know him from? Platoon. I didn't like that he killed him in Platoon. I'm sorry, that was a spoiler. Don't worry about it. It's a war movie, so I didn't like that. He's a likable person in almost every movie. Do you believe that movie was a Nintendo game? Platoon. I don't know where their headspace was at with that one. Body of Evidence. Yeah, that's I think Laura Dern is in that one, right? I haven't seen it, but I know of that movie. I wanted to see that movie. And there was another one. Oh, the one with Madonna. Madonna. Okay, got you. I'm thinking of something else then. He was in To Live and Die in L.A. as the villain. Like they were trying to. He was some like eccentric drug dealer. They had to stop. Boondock Saints. I think he stole that movie. Even though I like Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus and the other guy. I can't remember his name right now. I thought Willem Dafoe stole that movie. He steals a lot of movies, really. Okay, I have to make this area around it, so that's what I'm doing right now. Pull this out. Just a little bit. I think it's a little too large. Guy Ritchie, I like his style. Yeah. L.A. Confidential, right? Great movie. That had a star-studded cast, though. But they were all good in it. I liked them all. Okay, I'm gonna try to get the lips going here. When I get the face together, I want to make this as deep as possible, so that way when I apply more polygons over it, there will be a gap here, and then I can make teeth in the tongue, because you can rig all that stuff too. Like if you want to like show some like and you can do that if you want. And I don't know how that's gonna work with the mesh, because you have these lines here like but I could just draw those in, if I'm using this as a reference. I just have the position of the mouth and the teeth and all that. Okay, I'm gonna start putting in the bottom with the lower lip here. And make that circular, and we have to pull that out too. That's just two big pieces. This here, these will be two large like oval shapes. Center. Those are like the basic shapes of the lips. That's what I'm using as a reference. And make sure that they stick out too. Okay. I'm gonna try to make it so that this sticks out, like just a slight overbite. I think. I don't know if an underbite or an overbite That is Static Shock. What was an animated show where you control lightning and had a hoverboard? Yep, Static Shock. I think that one was on either WB or UPN. I don't know much about Static Shock. I know that's a DC character, but I did see a couple of those episodes. There's so much, man. You know, it's when you have a Saturday morning cartoon and you have like so much. You have so much things that you have to. All I know is that I think between 11 and 11:30 on Saturday, it doesn't matter what's on. X-Men was coming on. That was getting watched. But before and after that, you know, you had to you can choose which one you want to watch, because you had like three or more channels that had Saturday morning cartoons on them, and you can't watch them all. You know, unless if you didn't get up early or go out or, you know, go to a store or something, you can watch them. Spider-Man, I think that came on a little earlier. I think that was a Saturday morning cartoon too, I believe. I think they started playing that during the weekday, but I remember watching it on the weekend too. I don't know. Static, yeah. I didn't see that one so a lot, but I saw a couple episodes here and there. I kind of missed out on Teen Titans too. I only seen a few of those things. I wasn't like. I think when those were coming out, I was kind of like not watching cartoons as much. Because I think that was after Static Shock was around the time when they started having like X-Men Evolution and yeah, that sounds about right, Realness. I feel like it was. I was excited for X-Men Evolution, but what I was expecting was just a continuation of the older series, but it was something completely different. But that was around the time that Static Shock was on, and I can't really think of anything else really right now, anyway. Okay, I'm gonna start laying in the muscles around the bottom lips. This right here. It's like this big W shape is what I'm working on next. I'll put that in. Now, even like if you're drawing like a super attractive person, you can still lay in all of the like pronounced like nasolabial fold here, the cheekbones, the eye socket. You can lay all that stuff in and then just smooth it out later. Because it'll look, everything will be in the right place at the end of the day. Like if you're drawing like a supermodel or something, you can still do this stuff. Thanks. You still do all this stuff even if you're like drawing a supermodel. Just smooth it out later. So when you smooth it, it looks a little more natural. It's not like super clay. You can leave some of this in, like if you're doing wrinkles, you put some wrinkles in there and then you just smooth a little bit and leave some of the lines. That also make it look a little bit more natural too. Like, corners of the mouth here. This right here. Put that in. That's what I'm working on next. What I'm gonna do is use the draw sharp brush, kind of just carve in a little bit. It's a little too much, but I'm gonna smooth it out. It's okay. It doesn't matter how far you go, because you can just, if you smooth it, if you make your smoothing brush strong enough, it kind of just undoes what you did a little bit. Man, you can put the muscle over that to make it look a little more natural. Okay, we'll smooth it out some more. Try to look at it from every angle. Now, when I'm looking at the top angle here, I want to make sure that these eyelids are rounded. I am going to make sure that they stay rounded. Get them from the bottom. These are going to cover, like, when you're looking at it from the top, the eyelid is going to cover the entire eye. You're not going to really see anything. I'm going to smooth it out with these lines. I don't want them there. Just a little bit. You don't have to go super crazy. And since I remeshed it, I should be able to cover this up now. Just leave that there for now. Work on the eye a little bit. Draw sharp it. I guess this kind of comes out. Hold on, let me look. Let me look a little closer. I'm just zooming in here. This will be a little smooth. So I'm going to smooth this out. Smaller. Oops. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just gonna draw sharp it. Okay. And we'll just smooth that out later. Just kind of work out that little line. The lines. This is like a middle-aged person, so these are going to be a little more pronounced than usual. If you want to de-age someone, you can start with the eyes right around here. You'll still have the general shape, but you just put less line. You could probably like put like a line here and a small line here, and that'll make them look much younger. But for this guy, we're going to go all the way down. We're going to make this a little more pronounced on the bottom here. What we're going to do. We're going to kind of smooth that a little bit so it follows the nasolabial fold here. Smooth this out. Oops, that's the wrong brush. Oops, I went too far. Okay. Right. Yeah, there were a lot of shows. It was, especially as a kid, you're not gonna be able to watch them all. They don't show reruns. Everything, it's all over before you know it. So it's like you don't really pay attention to that stuff until you get older. It's like, wow, where did it all go? But yeah, very, very big influence on my art. All those shows, the comics, games, even. Yeah, like I was saying, there was a, Todd McFarlane, and when those guys left Image, they kind of really went further in the the darker and edgier direction. And everyone was on board of that. I guess they were tired of the way Marvel and DC, or the big two at the time, did things, and then you had the imitators of those people. It was mostly flashy stuff. I don't think they were known for their stories. Spawn is still going on today. I mean, it was more about the cool factor, I believe. Yeah. yeah, very edgy. And that had an influence on my art too, but there are some things that when you're writing a story and you're like, I don't think a main character should be doing or saying this. DC felt low tier in the 90s outside of Batman. Yeah, it was. I would almost say it was weird seeing that kind of tone in like Green Lantern, but it was okay, I guess. It was okay. I had some Green Lantern, and the whole stuffed in the fridge thing that started. I had the comic that was after that. It was like an illusion that he was stuck in or something, and his girlfriend was still alive. The stuff in the fridge is, if you don't know, it's a trope where, you know, stories will kill the main love interest to drive the story forward, and it was this big talking point at the time. And I think Gail Simone, female comic writer, she's a very good writer too. Like, she doesn't get it up. Well, maybe she does. I don't know. The cartoons, that is. I don't know about the comics. Cartoons. Well, we already said Static Shock. Teen Titans, I think people like that one. I don't think Green Lantern had a cartoon. Yeah. So many people died. It came back. I don't think, but they, you know, it was a lot of deaths, yeah. Man, look, DC, they did have a Flash cartoon. I don't remember. They had Justice League. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know, and I didn't really watch it because, you know, at that time I was kind of more into anime at that time when they had Justice League, and what else did they have? Adventures of Batman and Superman. I think I saw some of those. Yeah, Batman Beyond. Yeah. Oh, Steel. Yeah. You know, that live action movie didn't help, but, you know, I was a fan of Shaq, so I watched it. You know, I was like, yeah, that guy's all right. You know, I didn't really follow his basketball career as much, but I respected that he was in movies, and, you know, he was trying to do music, and he had a Shaq Fu game. I was like, man, this guy's everywhere. You know, he's got to be all right. And then he's in Steel, and like, okay, Steel, I don't know. But you know, Kazam. Oh man, Kazam. That's my pick. I don't have a problem with. I mean, I wouldn't like go out of my way to watch it, but I was like, I get it, what they were trying to do. It wasn't like Steel of the comic books, but, you know, it's like, okay, if you're really down bad for Shaq, you can watch that, I guess. It's pretty bad, but it was like, okay, alright, got you. I didn't like it personally, but it wasn't like horrible. Just didn't like it. But I kinda liked Kazam, a little bit, you know. I'm not a huge fan of musicals, but, well, I mean, you know, it was kind of a musical because they would do the, you know, the whole rap routine. Yeah. Oh man. I heard some of his music. Yeah, the Rapping Genie, yeah. Him and that kid. I saw that kid in, have you seen Blood and Bone? He looks super different now. He doesn't look anything like he did when he was a kid. Blood and Bone, it was a Michael Jai White movie. The fight promoter that tries to screw him over is the kid from Kazam. I barely recognized him. When I realized that was him, I was like, wow, he looks super different now. That's the last time I saw him. That was in 2009 when that movie came out, I think. But I guess he still does movies. I don't know. Why does Shaq have the best feature list of 90s rappers? I don't know, you know, he's likable. Maybe that's the reason. He's marketable. Why not, you know? He's just the homie, yeah. Yeah, you know, he seems like a pretty cool dude. People have a lot of respect for him. He does a lot. He does a lot of, like, the charity work. Yeah, he's there. He was everywhere. There was a point where he was everywhere. And this was before the Lakers. I've listened to most of Shaq's albums. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. Like what you like. I've heard very little of Shaq's music. I'm not even gonna count Kazam, but I've heard maybe like one or two songs, you know. But, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, you do what you feel like doing, you know. I don't know. Yeah, man, Shaq was everywhere. I had the I don't know why nobody likes Shaq Fu, but it's a pretty bad fighting game. But it had pretty decent animations at least. I didn't buy it either, you know. I knew people who had Shaq Fu. I'm glad I didn't buy it. No, you know it was interesting. You know, my parents knew what I liked, so I didn't typically get things I didn't like. They probably the same for every parent, well, at least for the most part. They kind of have an idea, you know, if they're paying attention, they have an idea of what you like, so they'll get you stuff that you know they know you'll enjoy. As far as games are concerned, they pretty much knew comics. I guess they saw me watching X-Men a lot, so they get me an X-Men comic or two. What, isn't Snoop in? I don't know. He's in a lot of stuff too, and he has a lot of international acclaim too. Snoop, he's got a cereal. He's in food. He's got weed. He's in movies. Cartoon. I think there was a cartoon, right? Yeah, he was a cartoon. Yeah, he's even in. He was in. What did I have? True Crime. If you can unlock Snoop Dogg in True Crime, and they got it. He has his own like character, his own lines and everything. It's just they didn't make a story for him. They just put him in the main guy's story, but he's in the game. That's the first game that I've seen him in, I think. Any in a Def Jam or something? I played the first one. I don't really remember it though. I seen somebody playing Fight for New York. Yeah, True Crime. Yeah, he'd be like Bizzle Bizzam, and he like do a jump kick, and he like take somebody out. I remember that. Oh, okay, yeah. I figured he would be. You know, it just fits. You know, they had most of the known artists in Def Jam. I don't see why they would not put Snoop Dogg in. Yeah, he plays villains pretty well. You know, I remember him from Baby Boy. You know, he played that role pretty well. Okay, I think I can get this chin going here. I'm just gonna start shaping his chin somewhat. Pull that out. Yeah, I remember playing the first one. One of my friends had the first one. I was playing other stuff. I think at the time that came out. What year did that come out? Because I would have a better idea. I don't want to look it up right now, but I would have a better idea of what I was playing at the time that game came out. I think it was like 2002. 2002. I had like I was playing. If it 04. Okay. So I had Dark Cloud 2 during that time. I was really into that. I really liked that game. Dark Cloud 2. I had Enter the Matrix. It was buggy, but it was kind of fun. You know, it was a little bit of Matrix craze during that time. I played Enter the Matrix, Xenogears. Sorry, Xenosaga Episode 1. I didn't finish that game though. I got really far in it, but after a while, it's like, yo, I don't. It was a movie. I was watching a movie. I wasn't really, you know, I was more like, come on, let's play, you know. Like, I was able to tolerate that when Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, because one, it was Metal Gear, and two, the gameplay was good enough to tolerate it. But when I played Xenogears, I was not having that. Vendetta was 03. Def Jam Vendetta, New York was 04. Yeah. Xenogears, I got super far in it. Like, there's like this little Gundam transformation that you can do. I got all the parts to that, and right after that I stopped. I never played episode 2 and 3. I think I want to do some like franchise playthroughs. I don't know if anybody will be willing to sit through that, but I'm probably just going to end up doing it anyway. I might play that here and there. I tell people I couldn't beat Xenogears because of the cutscenes. They look at me like I'm stupid because Metal Gear. Xenogears, I think at the time, well, not Xenogears. My friend had Xenogears. I saw him play it. It looked alright to me. I think I would try it. I probably would play it at some point. But Xenosaga, I think had Metal Gear beat with cutscenes. You know, it was just like a really like low point, not low as in bad, but low as in like nothing's going on. Low point anime scenes, but in a video game, where people were just like, I don't know, they were just saying something like pseudo-philosophical or something, philosophical, pseudo-philosophical. It was like, I don't know, I don't even remember it, to be honest. The only thing I remember is some guy with piston legs and some kid who didn't age, but he had guns, and he would like flip a coin. He would flip a coin at the person and then shoot the coin and hit the coin and the guy that he was shooting at. I remember that. And Cosmos. And some science chick. That's the only thing I remember about that game. It was interesting. It was just, after a while, I was just like, man, there's just, and at 04, you know, Final Fantasy 11 was coming out, and I was really heavy into that. And I had already tried it over a friend's house. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get this when it comes out for PlayStation 2. I was like, I don't have time for all this talking, okay? And then I gotta go switch to an online game. I'm like, no. I'm pretty sure I just returned that for something else. That's something I wouldn't do now. You know, you can't do now, honestly, unless you have a physical copy. But, you know, I'll sit through things like that. When I sat through things like that when I was older, but at the time, you know, I wasn't having that. I'm not playing this stuff. I think it's usually opposite for some people. Like like when you're younger, you'll grind all day or something on an MMO. You have the energy to do that if you're not going out and playing with friends or whatever. You're in your house or something, and you got a work day or something. You spend your free time grinding or something if you don't do anything else. And then as you get older, you're like, I don't have the time for this. You know, I have all this other stuff. But for me, you know, I just do it in short bursts. You know, if there's something a little more long-winded or long form, just play a little bit at a time, and then just play something else. Just play it when I feel like playing it, whatever. Honestly, I didn't mind the length of Metal Gear Solid 4's cutscenes. I didn't like the way they would break the gameplay sometimes. Like at the very beginning, you start the game, you get all this live action stuff that has nothing to do with what you bought the game for. Thanks, Kojima. Okay? And then you sit through that for like, 10, 15, 20 minutes. You get the story that you came to see. And then you get some gameplay. You do a roll, crawl under a truck, and then instantly another cutscene. It's like, yo, what did you break it there for? Why didn't you just cut that part out, show that in a cutscene, and then I'm on the other side of the truck and I start the game? Why start the game, crawl into the truck, and then just take the controller away from me, basically, already? And it's the first playthrough. I can't skip it. That didn't make sense to me. That was the biggest thing that stood out. I'm pretty sure there's other places that they did that, but that was the biggest one at the very beginning of the game. That's something that can easily take you out of the game, but you know, war has changed. Oh, we won't want to do that. You can end a level 20 minutes of cutscenes. Mission briefing is 20 minutes. Intro cutscene for the next mission, 20 minutes. Yeah, and then on top of that, you have the installing. A lot of waiting. If you play slowly, it's not so bad, because you know you're taking all the time in the world to, you know, look around the map, do stuff, do whatever, find out what you can do with the soldiers and whatever Easter eggs there are, and the codec and all that. That's all. I guess that's waiting too, but when you know the game and you're trying to get through it and you're stopping and you have to stop, skip cutscene, stop, hit X, that's when you start to notice it. You know, first playthrough, you're just sitting there, you're like, okay, you're taking it all in. Yeah. I really hope that Metal Gear Solid 4 is in Volume 2 collection. I'm holding off until that comes out. But yeah, I'll probably get it. I did it again. Give me 1 second. I gotta get up for a second. Be right back. Bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I hope it's in volume 2. I don't know what I would possibly get volume 2 for if that's not in it. Volume 1 was such a good package. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I haven't really been playing anything, so I didn't really get it. Did you ever play Police Knots? No, I did not. It's on the list though. I played Snatcher. I didn't play Boktai, that Sun game. I didn't play that, but I did play Snatcher. Eventually, I will play Police Knots. I haven't even seen any gameplay on it because I wanted to play. I wanted to make sure I didn't spoil it for myself. There's my stylus. I got my Gambit glove. What did I do? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Is it like Snatcher? Is it like a point and click kind of? Or is it like something else? I saw some cutscenes of it, like pictures of it, like screenshots. Kind of reminds me of Snatcher in the way that game is played. I'm not really sure though, because I never actually saw any gameplay of it. I just remember the poster, Easter egg, and I think I did see some ads on it in like a. Okay, point and click. Okay, yeah, I like point and click games. You know, I'll still play a point and click game. I like most games. You know, there's very few games very few genres that I don't really care for. If it's fun, I'll play it. Basically, I'm not super picky. Just has to be fun. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna start smoothing out his cheeks here, just a little bit. See some angles here. I don't know if I want them there. The radius is a little too small. I can't really do anything One pixel. Point and click, yeah. First point and click game I've played was Deja Vu for the NES. I really enjoyed that game, and then the main character's name is Ace, so it's like, yeah, you can really, it really felt like it was me instead of Ace Harding. Until they show him, of course, and it's like, okay, that doesn't look like me at all. I liked it. You have to solve. You wake up in a bathroom stall, and you're basically framed for murder, and you quickly realize it, and then you have to try to get out of it before the cops catch you. It's a very interesting detective story. It's very noir-esque. All kinds of stuff you can do in the game. Not as much as the computer version, the Mac Adventure, but because it's Nintendo. But the Nintendo has music, I guess. I don't think the Mac Adventure one does. I actually did play the Mac Adventure one. I don't remember any music, but it's more detailed. The art is probably better, and there's some things that obviously they don't want to put in a Nintendo game. So. But it's overall, I would say the NES version of that game is probably just as good. Yeah, it's pretty good. They made 3 Mac Adventure games that ported to the NES, and those are probably the ones that people remember the most. Shadow Gate was one. Uninvited, which I think that's my second favorite out of the 3. Deja Vu is probably the easiest. Uninvited, they'll kill you with anything in that. You crash into a tree. You have your sister in the car with you. She's gone. She's not in the car anymore, and you're in front of a mansion that's apparently haunted, and you have to try to survive and find your sister. It's a very very interesting game, where you can die so easily in that game. And Shadowgate's the same way. Shadowgate has like a light feature where you have to keep your torches lit, because if it gets too dark, you just die immediately. That's like a more of like a fantasy-esque. It's a medieval castle. You have to go in. You got to go in there. I forget why you go in there. I think you were just... I don't remember. I honestly don't remember why you have to go there. But you end up in front of a castle. And yeah, you go in there, and there's like all kinds of like crazy, fantastical things in there that you have to deal with. They're all good, but I think I like Deja Vu the most. That's probably the easiest one, though. I don't know if that's the reason why I like it. I just like the story. But yeah, that and Uninvited are probably... I like them all, but I think I like Uninvited a little bit more in Deja Vu. Let's see here. I'm trying to see what else I can do here. Okay. Closer. You can see you're starting to get a little pixelated. We're gonna have to get some more polygons going here. May have to remesh it. Here's the polygons right here. Right now it's 116. Usually I stop at around 200, 250, 300. That's enough. It doesn't really matter. I just don't want this program to lag. My computer can handle it, but the program has a kind of like a smaller window. So I try to make sure I stay within those parameters, I guess. I figured out that around 2 million is a good stopping point, I think. Yeah, that was the first one I played, and then I think the summer of 3rd grade, because normally we went to visit family in another state, and my cousin calls me and she's like, I got this game. I don't think you'll be able to figure it out. It's on Sega CD. I'm like, oh yeah. And she was like, it's called Willie Beamish. I'm like, oh, Willie Beamish, what the heck? And she's wanted me to come and play it and see if I can beat it. And that was the second point and click game that I played. It was pretty tough, especially for the kids, but eventually I did beat it. I got stuck on day 3. You have to your babysitter turns out to be like an enemy. You have to stop the babysitter, but it's timed. It's a timed event. And I just didn't have I couldn't I couldn't get the solution going before I died, and so I kept trying to figure that out. I didn't get a chance to, but eventually I did beat it. It's a very interesting game. You play as a kid who is on the last day of school, and he has to spend the first 5 days trying to get to of his summer vacation, trying to get to a video game championship. But he got a C in music appreciation, and his dad lost his job, and they lock his game system up so he can't practice. And then that's like the premise. Like, you have to try to figure out a way to enter this game contest, and there's all kinds of crazy stuff. There's like, a school bully that you run into, and you have to listen to your parents, otherwise it's like this trouble meter will rise and fall depending on what you do. It's marketed for kids, but it has like those innuendos that adults will pick up on. It was like one of those types of games. And then eventually I played some of those King's Quest games. That's all. And of course, if you know anything about Sierra games, that's a whole new level of difficulty. I guess Willy Beamish is technically a Sierra game. It was like a Sierra was the parent company of Dynamix, who made that game. So it wasn't as tough as the Sierra game, but it was still pretty challenging. If you're a fan of Sierra, that will still have you trying to figure out stuff out. But yeah, I played what was it? I think it was the 4th King's Quest. And that's just basically a what do you call it? I can't remember. You have to type in the commands. You have to type in what you want to do. And that was like that at the time, even though this game was already like mad old by the time I played it, that was like a new concept for me. I was like, oh, I have to say what I want, and if you don't know what's possible, it can be like kind of difficult to adjust to. Yeah. Sierra's tough for that. But it's pretty fun overall, They made them that difficult, so they would last, because they're actually very short games, but they're incredibly hard, so you get your money out of them. Or at least that was their reason. Okay. Make sure that these islands around it before I go on. Here's another one. And do the 3/4 view. Check out, you can see his cheeks are a little bit gaunt here. I'm going to bring them out a little bit. Luckily, we can do that, because it's just polygons. We can manipulate it anytime we want. But that's where half of the fun of the old point and clicks. Yeah, some of them were just downright ridiculous, and the the solutions were probably even more so. I know there's this one that I think people who know those games pretty well, where you're just on a random screen, you're walking by, right? In the background you see a cat catch a mouse. Or sorry, a cat catch a mouse, right? And you're like, oh wow, yeah, they did that. And then later on, and then later a bunch of goons come and beat you up and kidnap you and throw you in a basement, and it looks like that you don't know where you went wrong. Like, there's no way you can get out of this. Turns out that cat you walked by, you were supposed to take a boot and throw it at the cat and save the rat. So when you get captured, you're in a basement tied up, can't get out. The rat will come and chew through your ropes and save you for saving him. And there's no possible way you could have known that. You just have to try everything in the book until it works. And you have to pick the boot up, of course, at some point. I didn't play that one, but I know of that. That was probably the most notorious way of solving a puzzle. And it must be so, because I like I said, I didn't play the game, and I know of that one. I played the one after. I think that was King's Quest 5. I played King's Quest 6. That one was somewhat easy to figure out. It has a lot of endings to it. I think they all do. Where I went wrong was, of course, there was an item that I grabbed that I didn't. There was an item I grabbed. I was supposed to use it in a specific area, and I didn't. So I couldn't reliably get into the final part of the area, and everything it just cascades from there. You don't have this item, you can't do this. You can't do this, then this doesn't happen, and then so on and so forth, and you don't get the right ending. Somebody dies, or you have to do something that you weren't supposed to do. And those games did not tell you that you messed up at all. They'll let you play for a while. Sometimes they just keep letting you play until you realize that, okay, I gotta do something. I gotta do something else here. I might have to start over. Ridiculous. But the one after that, King's Quest 6, they'll let you walk for a while, and then afterwards it's like, okay, you know what? Hey, you messed up. Hey, you did something messed up. They don't tell you what it is. You just have to figure it out. I had to go into the underworld with a teacup and take a little bit of the river Styx. It's the only thing I did wrong. Who would have thought? It was like, oh, that's what the teacup's for? Okay, cool. Who would think to do that? But that's what they did. Just, if you're having fun, you'll figure it out eventually, But there were some things that they really put things in there so that way you would call the hotline and run up your freaking phone bill that they set up. They set up the hotline. It's another reason too. We need to get a little bit more money out of you, I guess. Oh, you can't do that? And then they don't even tell you what to do. They give you a hint book. They have a hint book right there. The guy has a hint book. It's probably one of the developers. I don't know. That's why I never beat any Sierra game. I would get to a point where I didn't know if I messed up or I didn't know what to do. Yeah. Save early, save often. That was the rule of thumb. Pick up everything that isn't nailed down. That's the second rule of thumb. Then that way you can try everything, but you just won't know. You won't know until that one time it clicks. You've done everything you could do up to that point. You know the game front and back. Hey, I didn't do this yet. Let me try it, and then it works. Well, shucks. That's how they were. I have a lot of point and clicks too that I haven't played yet. I've seen them on sale. I was like, okay, I'll play that one day. I guess I'll save it for a stream. Like I said, I spend a lot of my free time just drawing, and on the weekends I might play something, but it's mostly drawing. So I have a lot of games that I have not gone through yet. Yeah. Oh yeah, that 1-900 number for $1.99 a minute. Yep. I was tempted to call for Willie Beamish, but that wasn't my house, and my cousin had already done that, so they were able to tell me the hint that they got. I'm Spider-Man. Now you're getting into the spirit of things. But yeah, there was a lot of things like that. They even have a puzzle in there that has a solution in Willie Beamish. They have a solution that was a solution in another Sierra game. So if you played that game, you got a freebie. It's like what? Like, look, man, I just got in through the door. How am I supposed to know? It's literally like a screen that comes up. I forget what happened. Oh, I know what it is. You sneak into an area you're not supposed to be in, because you're a kid, and you immediately get caught by a security guard, and you have there's an item that you have that I think you start the game with, and you don't even know what it's for, and you're supposed to hypnotize the cop that catches you, and then there's a phrase that comes up, and they have phrases from even other media like Klaatu, Verata, Nikto. That's the wrong answer, obviously, but one of the phrases is a phrase from another Sierra game, and if you know that phrase that you use to, I guess, hypnotize somebody in that game, then you'll immediately know to do it here, and it'll work. It's crazy. I guess it's fine, if you're a fan. It's a little Easter egg. Yes, this is how it was, man. And I was just getting into that stuff, so I had to do it the hard way and just choose whatever choice I could find there. That's what they did. Sierra. They're coming back with another game. They got, I think, Roberta Williams is making another game. It's in 3D now, another adventure game. It's like, I guess it's like Myst, where you like, explore some area. The hint for this is play or other game. Yes, yes, or trial and error. That's always a tried and true method. And then on top of that, those games came with copy protection. So if you don't have the manual, because there's like this big thick manual, it's full of lore, full of whatever, all this information about the the world, the story, or whatever. And then sometimes when you start the game, they'd be like, "Hey, who was the king of the king of the third dynasty, or whatever?" And you're like, and you go in the book and you type it in, like, okay, you can play, and then you just play, right? And then some other times, like the game that I know, King's Quest 6, I did beat it and managed to 100% it. That one waits until you're in the middle of the game where you have to climb a mountain, and if you don't know the answer, I think either you fall because they just come out of nowhere, like, hey, what do these symbols mean? And you have to choose the right symbols, and then if you don't, then you don't make it. You don't make it. It's the combat piracy, because those were just floppy disk games. You can easily copy those. So they came out with this copy protection, and now it's just the manual, stuff in the manual that they would put in there that you would have to answer some question. Or they had a King's Quest last gen. Yeah, it was a remake of 5, the one that I mentioned with the cat and the mouse. Yeah. They remade that one. No, it was either 4 or 5, actually. I don't remember which one it was exactly. It was either 4 or 5. I haven't played that one, but I do have it. There was a Sierra sale on Steam a couple years back, and I got that immediately. That's how I played King's Quest 6. But before that, I only played 4 and 7. And they're both starring the daughter, Rosella. One has a Disney-esque feel to it. Like, they have 4 fingers. They had the cartoony Disney. It was like hand-drawn animation. It wasn't digital. But the rest of them were. That was King's Quest 7, yeah, with the Disney style that they did to it. They even had songs in it. I think from 6 and up, they started putting, like Disney-esque songs. They had these little theme songs. I don't know when that series peaked. I thought 6 was the best one in my opinion, but you'd have to ask someone who's really into Sierra which one's the actual best. I like 6 though. 6 one's best. Yeah, it's a remake. They brought back Shadowgate too. Shadowgate, and there was a sequel, Beyond Shadowgate. That one was, man, I don't know what they were doing with that one. That's like hyper violent. You just straight up kill people in that one. You go in there and you're just like, you just hack them up with the swords, blood everywhere. I'm like, all right, okay. I think Roberta Williams didn't normally have stories like that. I don't even know what kind of involvement she had with Beyond Shadowgate, but I know that was like a common criticism of her stories. Like, it's like she doesn't do dark stuff, but that's why Phantasmagoria is a thing, because she was like, yeah, I can do dark stuff too, and she made those games, and they have like fairly dark themes in them, and they're pretty gory too. But they seem pretty good. I think 99 played. Yeah, he played Phantasmagoria on his channel way back. Pretty fun game. I had to try it. I didn't play it, but I think I was in his chat when he played his. Okay, I'm just trying to pinch this together a little bit more because this looks a little too thick in this area. Let me see. Let me try to inflate this a little bit. just a little bit more. Yeah, point and click games, I don't mind them at all. I have Gabriel Knight. I haven't tried those yet. I saw I follow people who play them all the time. So and there's even another one coming out. It's inspired by the Colonel's Bequest, which is one of Sierra's earlier titles. Basically, you go to a mansion in the it's a mansion again, of course, but you go to a mansion in the South and you play like a Southern Belle, and you end up getting wrapped up in some kind of murder conspiracy. It's like a la Clue, kind of, but it's reverse. There is one person, one of the guests of the house. There's like 8 people or so that go to the house, and the Colonel is some guy who fought in the Civil War. He's dying, and he's telling these people these are all his family, but except for you. You're like the outsider. You're the friend of one of his family members that you just get invited to go with her to this house. And he's like, I'm dying. I'm gonna leave a certain amount of money in this will here. And he has a stipulation to where, like, for some reason, and I guess this was like by his design, he's like, if anything ever happens to you, then your share will just get divided among the others, and then people start dying, and now you have to figure out what's going on, and you're kind of like the daughter of a detective, so he taught you like detective skills, and you have to use those skills to try to figure out what's going on. You have to keep track of all the clues and all that stuff. There is a game that's coming out called Maple Mystery. This is the main character, actually. I won this in the giveaway right here. It's called A Maple Mystery. If you want to play it, if you're into those types of games, they're doing a game that is inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. And they like the style of EGA where they use the limited color palette. They stick within that style. It's very decent stuff. They stream the progress of their art. It's on Steam. You can wishlist it if you want. I think I did. I'll probably play it when it comes out. Well, I will play it when it comes out. I don't know when, but I definitely will play it. You see, I see this Chica's little like these angles here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna smooth out this fold here. Smooth that out a little bit. Bring this out a little bit more. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, these shapes here, this little W shape, I'm gonna bring that out some more too. So, anybody been playing anything lately? Anything watching? Anything interesting to watch or play? I know that I know Dragon's Dogma is out. I heard that people were, up in arms about something, but it's probably nothing like usual. I'm gonna try to pronounce this shape by putting a crease in there. Oh, welcome back, 99. Oh, you finished Yakuza 5? How was it? You played it before, right? Or was this your first time playing it? I still gotta finish 0, man. Oh man. I gotta finish 0. I get so wrapped up in the mini games. And then something else comes out and I end up playing that, but I really got to get back into that game. I guess at this point I can stream it since I'm doing that before I even play anything. Dragon's Dogma is full of microtransactions that people are pissed. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard it was stuff that you don't even need to buy, which is funny. But that's par for the course for Capcom, isn't it? They have that kind of stuff in almost all their games. Stuff that you can, I get it, right? Microtransactions bad, but it's like, I guess it's more than that, right? Isn't there? 5 was special. The story was all over the place, but it was so much fun. Some of my favorite side quests in any game. You don't need it, but they pulled a Lord of the Rings and have to buy the ending. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. I was thinking about getting into that series. I did not play the first one though. I might get it. I don't know. I guess the best thing would be to just decide for myself if I want to play it or not. But it looked interesting. I don't know. I don't know what kind of game it is. I guess it's an RPG, right? I'm gonna bring this in a little bit more, this little area. I've been playing Zelda Oracle of Seasons. It's pretty good. Yeah, 99. You already know. That's probably that's probably gonna be the one of the first franchises that I tackle when I start playing those. I'm very certain that it's going to be Zelda first, either Zelda or Tomb Raider. It might be Zelda though, and then Tomb Raider, because I have so many of the games. You get 5 main playable characters, and 4 of them have their own 20-hour side story with unique mechanics, like you're a taxi driver, a pop star, a baseball player, and a hunter. It's really fun. Yeah, that sounds like the mini games that I know of on Zero. You're in the batting cage. You know, you're doing karaoke. You already know that. You played the game, but you know it's still relatively new to me. I just know the mini games because that's literally all I did. I beat the first boss and I just went hard on the mini games and just never looked back. And I just kept doing it, getting all the trick shots, all the bowling things. Man, those are tough, but I don't regret it. If as long as it's fun, I'll do it. They expand the mini games to full-on games. Interesting. The only one I know of that I can think of off the top of my head is Gwent from The Witcher. That being expanded to a full game. I didn't play the full game, but it was enough. It was enough in Witcher. It was enough for me. I don't have to play it outside of Witcher. It's fun enough in the game, and that's cool. That's cool. Good. But I did enjoy Gwent a lot. Yes, stream Zelda. Once I finish Seasons, I will stream Agents with ending code. Okay. Ending code? What do you mean by that? Ending code? Is there some kind of I don't know. I can't think of what that would mean. Sorry. Ending code, you say? I can't wait for you to play Ages. Yeah. I'm gonna be there. I'm tuned in. I'm normally in your stream anyway. Matter of fact, before I get out of here, even though I'm pretty sure we're all following you anyway, I'm gonna shout you out anyway. I'm gonna keep doing it too. I'm gonna do it every stream. Okay. This guy's gonna have facial hair. I already drawn with a mustache. You want to see how he looks? This is the first sketch I did of this guy. Obviously I added some stuff, but this is the first sketch I did with this guy after I wrote the story. It's a little rough, but I'm using this as a guide along with Anatomy of Sculptors. That's what I'm doing. I just finished Dungeon 3 and have 2 seasons. When I think of Zelda, I think of Autumn. I don't know why. I know they have all the seasons, obviously. You have to, invoke them in order to do some of the things. That's about all I know about it. You've streamed it. Have you streamed it before, 99? And I was there, right? If you streamed it, I know I was there. I think I've seen it. Was that you? And that might have been GDQ. I don't know. Sometimes I watch GDQ because you can find decent streamers like that. They speedrun, but they're, sometimes they do full playthroughs. Look, this is the orthographic mode. It kind of like pops everything out so you can see how many grid spaces it takes up. It doesn't. It's not actually this shape. You know, when I first started doing sculpts, I was so scared of this. I was like, man, I made an alien head, but then it comes back to normal a little bit. I probably made this little dent here a little bit too deep, but we can always adjust that. It's this dent here. You're gonna see this. You're gonna see this through the muscles in the skin. But I had to put that there so I know where it's at. Putting all the bony landmarks and stuff that'll help you with the proportions. This is my first time playing these two games. Okay, so it must have been GDQ or something. Sometimes I leave that on while I'm drawing or sculpting, and I catch little glimpses of it. I try, if it's something that I plan on playing, I try not to watch too much of it so I don't spoil myself. And that list is growing. Fortunately, I would say. I don't know. Or unfortunately, I don't know. If nothing else, I can always stream a playthrough of it blind. Okay. Let's see here. All right. I'm gonna smooth out this little area down here, this little lip area. It's a little bit too pronounced. Those two games are so simple. I don't know if it would count as a spoiler. No, I know about I know some of it. I know you have to, do the seasons in order to like unlock like little paths or whatever. I know that much. I've seen some of the game. Like gameplay, and plus, those games are being speedrun. They're not being played normally. I don't even count speedruns, to be honest. If I see a speedrun of a game that I haven't played yet that I want to play, I won't be able to tell you anything about the game other than I want to play it. Because they do things like off the wall. There's bugs and exploits and stuff that they sometimes use, and it's like it's not an indicator of what to do most of the time, because you probably won't be able to do what they do. Or at least not a good indicator. I would say I saw a Sekiro. I want to play Sekiro. I haven't played Sekiro. I saw one of the Sekiro bosses. It's like, okay, I remember what the boss does, but I don't know how to beat it. That's the whole game, and the puzzles are simple. Yeah, they're not generally hard games. I think the only one that's difficult is one that I've actually played, which is Adventure of Link. I don't know how I'm gonna freaking play that one. You need a freaking guide for that stuff, but I'm gonna play it blind, so I don't know. I found some hidden areas. I mean, I guess it's not too bad. Eventually you're gonna try to check everywhere on a map, but I don't know. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna give it the old best try. Can always get a can always give it I can always give it a shot, and ask for a hint later if it's that bad. I do remember it though. When I played it, I was expecting, because I had never seen it when I played it. I was expecting, like Zelda 1. Like, I did enjoy Zelda 1, even though I got lost in it. I couldn't find the silver arrows. I needed them. I found a lot of the stuff on my own, and I don't think I found all the hearts, but I got lost in the last castle, and I couldn't kill Ganon without the silver arrows. I never went back. So I never technically beat the first one, but I got to the end of it. The only one that I played from start to finish and I was able to figure everything out was Ocarina of Time. I could probably still find all the gold spiders if I played it. I guess I can try that at some point. The Skulltulas. You get the big wallet, the giant wallet. Get the fish. Get all the heart containers. I think I remember where they all are, because I've done it more than. If I do something more than once, I'll remember it. Sometimes on the first try I can do it, but with that game, if there's so many things to keep track of, there's zero chance to know what to do with a few points. Yeah, I know. Zelda 2 is the only game I will say you should and need a guide. Yeah, I know 99. I know. I do want to try it blind, but I know that at some point I'm going to be like, okay, I gotta do something about this. I know it. That's probably the only game I think that I can think of that I'll probably end up using a guide for. I feel, LOL, I feel like Ocarina of Time is the only game I can 100% just based on muscle memory. Yeah, I feel the same way, the realness. Um, I played through it more than one. You know, when I played Ocarina of Time, it had been years since I played a Zelda game. I'm like, okay, you know what? And I felt like I wasn't really a big Zelda fan. Like, I did enjoy the first one to an extent, but I was like, okay, it wasn't really my cup of tea at the time. But I was slowly starting to get into RPGs more and more. LOL, you can get through like 90% of Zelda 2 without a guide, then you hit a wall. There's a boss that is like, huh, what? I wish I liked Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask more. Majora's Mask, I know nothing about. I want to play that. I want to play that one. I'm super surprised that I always wanted to play it. I was hyped at playing it, but I didn't have a 64, and I didn't know anyone who had that game that I had access to at the time. You know, I think you were the only one 99 that had that game, but we weren't in the same school at the time, or something. You know, whatever. We weren't around each other around this time. You know, when it came out. I'm a Wind Waker fan. Yes. Yeah. I was locked up at the time. Yeah. I do want to play Wind Waker. I was interested in that game too. When it first came out, I was like, man, with the cell shaded, but you know, that was me. I was a little less open-minded when it came to certain things back then, you know, involving games. I was talking about cutscenes earlier. I didn't really like the cutscenes in Xenosaga Episode 1, so I didn't finish the game. But I would sit through that. When I got older, I was more willing to sit through games like that. You just don't play them all at once, you know. You had a problem with that too, huh? I'm gonna try it again. You know, I felt like I didn't give it a fair shake. I try to give games, you know, a fair shake. You know, especially if it's like, okay, you know, a lot of people like this game. Maybe there's something there. Maybe I'll like it. You know, I like RPGs. I played the first RPG I played. I really wish we got a completed version of Wind Waker with the cut dungeons. Yeah, did you see what they cut from Ocarina of Time? There's a lot of restored content. You know, it's probably for time. You know, and Nintendo developers they're a little more picky about what they leave in games, probably for good reason. But some of that stuff, I wonder why they cut it. You know, I mean, you get the gist of what, you know, the game. You get a good game without it, but you know, some of that stuff I think they should have left in. That's one of the few games where I'm like, you know, okay, you know, maybe y'all should have left some of this stuff in. But anyway, man, no one likes Xenosaga. People love Cosmos. Yeah, you're probably correct. You know, anime waifus and everything. I I don't know. You know, to each his own. You know, that stuff doesn't really. If it's a great character, you know, I'll be on board. But as far as just waifus design, you know, normally it's a variation of something. Well, I guess everything is, but you know, especially with anime, you know, I feel like you've seen it. You've seen it already. You know, it's harder for me to get excited for anime characters because you know there's so many that tread that same water. But I get it, you know. If you're with anime, you're just with anime. Ryza is a good waifu. Ryza, who is Ryza? I don't know that one. I'm so out of loop, man. I still got to go through that list. I have this huge list of animes. I still got to go through it. But I'm gonna work through them. I think I'm on. The next up in the list is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Out of the ones that I enjoyed, going on a sec. Hold on, I'm gonna stop because I have the list right here on my desktop, and I can just read it to you. Just put it in a notepad. Just give me the notepad. I have to I want to rewatch Rage of I think was it Rage of Bahamut? Yeah, or in Tower of Jaraga. I was like, but at the same time, I wasn't fully paying attention because, like I said, I'm normally doing like art stuff when I watch things. I'm on Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It was yeah. I have both of your recommendations. The one anime that I enjoyed the most so far, and it was the very first one I watched, was Future Diary. It was very dark, unexpectedly, but I think they did it in a way that was like, it was very interesting. I don't know if there's anything like that exists already because I'm not well versed in anime. I didn't watch it for like 10-15 years, but in Future Diary I thought was pretty good. And there were some others. Let me see. What was the Lupin one? Goemon's Bloodbath. That was pretty good. I like the way they animated the action, because that's what catches my eye, like how they do the animation, because that's something that I want to do. You know, I like the way they did the scenes there. It was pretty decent. He had to fight that crazy powerful lumberjack guy. He's got the 2 axes. He's super dangerous. If you've seen Black Lagoon, he's like Roberta, but a dude, like a big lumberjack dude. He's got the flannel, he's got the jeans, he's got the suspenders, he's got the beard, everything, and 2 axes. And he's just giving it to Goemon. He's like the, you know, the resident samurai. He's like the super samurai, skilled introvert guy. And this guy is like, nah, forget all that. I'm coming for you. And he's trying to take him out. I've been trying to bully Jenica into watching Brotherhood with me. Help me convince her. I got to episode 7. I like it so far. You should watch it. I recommend it. But this is coming from like a casual, okay? But yes, watch it, because that's the one I'm currently on. I seen very few animes, and many of them were mainstream, and I guess this one is too, right? But this one's pretty good. You know, I'm enjoying it so far. There are others I can't remember the names of right now because I took them off the list when I watched them. But Hunter x Hunter, I want to rewatch that one. Even people today give that so much praise, but I don't know if I wasn't paying attention, because, you know, like I said, I had it and I would, you know, look up and try to pay attention. And but I don't know. I don't get why people like that so much, and I want to understand why. Hunter x Hunter sucks. When I watched it, it had great premise, right? I'm thinking, okay, this is like an anime Monster Hunter. You get the license, you learn how to live in the wild, you know, you hunt the monsters, you know how to cook. But then when they get the license, okay, then it becomes a tournament fighter, like Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm like, huh? And then it goes beyond that when they leave the tournament, and then it becomes like this group versus that group, but outside of a tournament, like in a city. Like, oh, we got to take down this gang, this syndicate. So I'm like, oh, okay, so it's like a Bleach or something. I don't know. I haven't seen Bleach yet. And then they go again from that. Now they're inside of a video game or a computer, and I'm like, oh, they changed the thing. He just kept, like, it seemed like he kept reinventing the series. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Yeah, because Gong is the most anime boy. Oh, the Gong is the most anime boy in anime ever. Yeah, okay, I got you. Not LOL. Not gonna lie, the way you're describing this makes it sound awesome. Yeah, and people give it those kinds of accolades, but when I was watching it, I was like, I don't know because of all they kept reinventing it like every season or whatever. I don't know if it had like 99 episodes. I was watching the newer Hunter x Hunter. There's 2 different series. I didn't see the first one, but I saw the second one, and I'm thinking maybe I should go back to the first one and see, like, is that the one they're talking about, or I don't know, because, you know, I did that with Hellsing. I was told to just watch the new one, you know, watch the new remake, and I watched the old one instead, because sometimes I just don't listen. I'm sorry. I don't mean it, you know. It's just I think about other stuff and I come back. Oh yeah. Hellsing. Yeah, okay. I watched that. Oh yeah, the first one. Okay, I got it. And then, no, he said the second one. And Tybo, he did this again with Darker Than Black. He was like, watch the first one first, not the second one. And I started watching the second one by accident because I was like, okay, yeah, Darker Than Black. I didn't. It was a series I never really heard of. I just by ear, I heard it in passing, but I don't know anything about it. So if I see Darker Than Black, okay, watch this one. Then I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. It was the second one, not the first one. I went back and watched it, and then it started making sense. I want to like Hunter x Hunter, but the only good part of it is Gong loses all the time, and everyone else around him is capable. Now, doesn't that sound familiar? Yeah, that's typical shonen, isn't it? Took me a while to understand, because for a while I'm like, man, all this is the same. I don't get it anymore. Like I tune in week after week for filler. I came here to see Cell freaking get his top knocked off, but no, they're in the mall now. He's about to destroy the world. Why are we going to the mall? That's the filler. The stories. I was like, okay, you know what? I think I'm done. And then I saw Witch Hunter Robin, and something in me broke, and I was like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And I stopped watching anime for 10 years. I want to understand why and what it was, but I know you guys keep warning me not to watch Witch Hunter Robin. I'm gonna listen. Okay, I'm gonna listen. But something about that series made me like just, no, I can't do this anymore. And it's kind of the same way. It took me a while to understand that this is how the anime culture, they have their own tropes. Okay, it's not like, it's like Hollywood. People are like, oh man, I'm sick of Hollywood. They always do the same thing. Yeah, when I was ignorant of this, I was like, I didn't realize that, okay, yes, they would have their own tropes in this medium too. And once you accept that, then it's like, okay, I get it. Okay, now I understand. And it's like, okay, yes, this is a type of story. I had to learn this lesson again with manga and Gurren, not Gurren, is it Gurren? Murin, where I guess it's a type of isekai where it's like chi manipulation. Like they suck at everything except they're really good with the chi, with the energy. Kind of like Naruto, right? He's bad at everything, but he has like this huge power limit. It goes back into the potential, the high potential, but lower at everything else. But yeah. And it's like Murin is like the same thing, and I'm like, okay. When I heard the premise, I'm sorry, freaking animation is on. I don't know why that happens when there's no animation. But yeah, it was like yeah, you have this type of story. When he told me the premise, I tried to guess how the story was gonna go. And then he was like, oh no, this is the type of story. Like I was like, oh okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm still have a lot to learn about that medium. I've been out of the loop so long. I'm not super plugged into it. I just take it at face value. I'm like, okay, yes. Loudmouth, plucky hero. Hey, Trig, welcome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope everything's all right. I'm just sitting here sculpting, talk about anime. When you're ready, I have all kinds of genre for you. Okay. I get it. I feel like I'm getting it now. I'm like, okay. Plucky hero, blonde. Sometimes they wear orange. They have some kind of orange on them. High power limit, and that's enough to carry them. So on and so forth. Thanks for the follow, Trig. Appreciate you. And yeah, and I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe I've seen this before, but once you understand it's a type of story, it's like, okay. Maybe just pump your brakes for a second, okay? Open up your mind. Shut up and open your mind. Sometimes, I'm not now. I guess I'm much less so now. I try not to be so critical right off the bat. You just watch it first, take it in, and if there is something that's like a pet peeve of yours, right? Just focus on the good things, because like with art, I don't like when characters all look the same. You know, they all have the same face. That's a pet peeve of mine. I don't want to do that, so I take care with the facial features, like here. And but if I see it in someone else's work, then I'll just try to focus on the good things. Because if it's just if it's too generic and they all look the same, then I lose interest quickly. So I just go, okay, well, I like the way they do the skin, you know, and I'll follow them for that and try to understand how they did that, how they pushed that in a direction that I didn't take it, you know, in my art, things like that. Their tropes are used as shorthand and not lack of creativity. Yes. Yeah. I didn't understand that when I was younger. You know, when I was a teenager watching anime. When the honeymoon phase wore off from going from X-Men, where it was kind of like it seemed like it was cheaply made, and then you turn it on sci-fi and you see Vampire Hunter D, and they have all these crazy animations, and you know, they're just jacking people up. People get, you don't see that stuff over here. You know, we were very conservative when it came to what kids consume in this country back then. But less so now, I guess. But they had to sneak in, you know, little adult things here and there. But with anime, you know, it's just 0 to 100, right? So it was like almost like a culture shock. But once that wore off, I started to see like, okay, well, now I know this. I know how this is gonna go, right? Yeah, he's gonna, yeah, you know, and there's a little overlap with how we do things here and how they do things, right? So it's like, you know, yeah, okay, I know this is gonna go, but this type of story, okay, I get it. It's all right. Try to become more accepting of other mediums. You know, I haven't drawn anime since '98. I do want to try it again. I do want to like dabble in it again, but there was a time where it influenced my art. I think some of my art is anime-esque. My first anime was not for kids. The first one I saw might have been Ronin Warriors. It was Ronin Warriors, Dragon Ball, or Sailor Moon. I guess two of those are technically, you know, for kids. I know Dragon Ball has some, which it didn't show over here. They didn't show that over here, okay? But yeah, it has some things, some of that content here. But yeah, when you know, Sci-Fi Channel, when they were trying to introduce that, because I think they were probably like among some of the first channels in the '90s that were playing anime. They would play, like, I think it was like every Saturday they would devote a time block to anime, and that's how I saw Vampire Hunter D, Akira, you know, all the stuff that they could reliably show on a, you know, cable TV in the '90s. There was a point where some of the stuff they did then they wouldn't do now, but some of the stuff they do now they wouldn't do then. I think kid shows and comedy, certain kinds of comedy kind of switch in that sense. Like, you got a Living Color probably wouldn't fly today. They really pushed it as far as they could go. But they could do it then on Fox, no less, which is like a, you know, conservative channel. But something like X-Men or Spider-Man, very, very, very kid friendly then. But X-Men kind of was like I said, X-Men was like kind of ahead of the time with some of the things that they explored. But now, you know, you got people getting, like, you compare that with like Batman Beyond, where Bane punches an explosive tank and kills himself. Could not stop laughing about this. Let's not bring up Ronin Warriors. Tank will sense it and be mad at me. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Ronin Warriors, the powers. I showed JJ Living Color yesterday. Everything is connected. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we all grew up on that. Yeah. You know, and you compare that to like Saturday Night Live. Heck, you can even compare Saturday Night Live to like Mad TV, which was like a couple years after. They kind of pushed it too. They wouldn't, you know, they're not gonna make fun of Whitney Houston's drug addiction. No, they're not gonna do that. You know, it's more, you know, lighthearted. You know, when you know, it's more lighthearted comedy when they make fun of people. You know, it's not. They wouldn't do that today. I don't know if it's the right or wrong. I just know it was funny. Okay, and that's the point, right? It's comedy. I slammed $100 on that check. I counted the heart so fast. I still got that. Didn't you buy the 19 box set from GameStop? Yeah, we were all there. Yep, I was picking up Metal Gear Solid because I had gotten another PS2. I gave my old PS2 to my brother, and I was visiting home for like 2 weeks, and I had gotten another PS2 and it was backwards compatible. So I was in the back getting Metal Gear, and I was going to get Metal Gear, but since you beat him to Ronin Warriors, he was like, "Oh man," he's like, "Can I get Metal Gear at least?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, all right." And I gave him Metal Gear to buy. Like I had it in my hand, it was the last one. I was like, "Yeah, man, you can have it. All right, you buy it. I don't care. I'll play it some other way." So that's what I did. And I got like WrestleMania, the arcade game. But yeah, I remember that Ronin Warriors thing, man. That's funny. You know, if you want anime, you know, I mean, shoot, just go to Suncoast. I mean, when Suncoast was around, go to Suncoast. They got a big anime selection. That's where I was getting those Animericas from. You want something anime, just go to Suncoast. That was the closest thing anyway. I mean, I don't know if there was anywhere else, but Suncoast usually had a decent anime selection, and they had magazines. When we used to take field trips on the school from elementary school to Baltimore Harbor, that's where I found my first Animerica. They had a dirty pair on it, which I still haven't seen yet, on the front. And I'm like, oh yeah, anime. And I was like, yeah, let me see that magazine. I was getting Animericas ever since, until they went out of business. Them and Wizard are out of business now. Wizard was another one, and they had decent how to draw guides in Wizards too. So that was always, you know, very useful and welcome when you want to like pick up a new technique or whatever. Nah, that was not sold in USA. It was all the Japanese NA and German versions, each their own disc and their own art. Yeah, that's usually how it goes when it's localized. They usually keep it. It's not all the same stuff. Not even the same dialogue, even, because you know there's a language difference and all that. Yeah, it's probably, I think that was probably a very expensive and unique collecting thing to collect is anime. So you gotta have it. You have to find somebody who imports it. What I did was I just got blank VCRs, and whenever they played it on TV, I would just record it. I got Biohunters, Ninja Scroll. Those are the ones I can think of right now, but I had like a bunch of them. Okay, I had so many animes, just getting them off of cable and Sci-Fi Channel. I was like, yeah, you know, that was my way of collecting it. I didn't know anybody who bootlegged it. Typo King and you guys knew where to get the anime, but you know, I was like, oh, okay, I got a TV, I got a VCR, DVD player, just record it off the TV, you know, and I got it. Living in capitalism society, my money spoke, his money walked. Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. Fortune favors the bold, right? Man. Guys, sometimes we gotta just let it go, you know? It's just, even I knew, I was like, okay, if you can't get it at GameStop, you can get it at Suncoast. There's Best Buy. We had Best Buy then, right? We can get Best Buy, you know? Plenty of other, I don't know. It would have been just another day if there wasn't a big deal made out of it, right? You know, and even I had to think back. I'm like, man, okay, yes. If I didn't make a big deal out of something, it would have been just another day. But now we all remember it because of that. I also had some anime on VCR tapes. Yeah, man, easiest way to do it. I think it was more the principle of the money slamming. Yeah, you know, slam it on the table, you know. Flexing. One left. You know, I always had this allure of being exclusive. I mean, that's kind of in the culture of Japan. I still think they do that today, where they have things that they really would only release for a limited amount of time, and that's it. No more reprints, no more, you know, reorders, nothing. Okay, you get that and that only. They do that a lot for they did that a lot for 11, for Final Fantasy 11, and they do that for a lot of things that are only in Japan. And anime kind of has that same allure in a sense, because you don't, back then anyway, you didn't always see it. It's not as prevalent as it is now, because you know we got streaming services and whatnot. So when you had to go out and find it, you know, it seemed more rare than it was, and You know, I guess that kind of contributes to, you know, oh yeah, I gotta get this thing, and oh, but you can't because this guy got it first, you know, things like that. I mean, I didn't go to conventions. I've never been to a convention, but I guess you could find it there if you're a convention goer, if you're a con frequenter, you know, that's a thing. Blame GameStop guy for taking my bribe. Yeah, I agree. He was the shit. And he got bribed and voted for a PlayStation. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's always something. Didn't they have anime something downtown or something? Strawberry Square or something like that? They might have Animatrix down there or something. I don't know. Did you guys have like import comic shops? I don't know what they actually were. We had comic shops. Don't remember seeing any anime in any of them. Closest thing would be when the reason why I knew of Shonen Jump is because you can order it in the back of a Wizard magazine. It had these checklists in the back. That was the first time I saw Naruto. I remembered him because of his outfit was very memorable with the orange and the blue and the band, and that was like, oh, that was like a cool character, but I didn't know what the heck he was. You know, I didn't even know he was a ninja. But I heard of him because of Wizard. So you can get him that way through a Wizard magazine. And Wizard magazine was kind of broad in what you could get. It was toys. It branched into toys. They had Toy Biz or something like that. Toy Biz or Toy World, Wizard Toys, something like that. It was like a sister magazine to Wizard. But you could find some Shonen Jump. You can like cut out the thing and order it from the back of the Wizard magazine. We had one in the East Mall. Remember that place? Kinda. The one that I knew I could reliably get something anime was Suncoast. Suncoast, and they even had it in Hot Topic, I believe. At least the magazines. I still have the import tuners I got from there. Yeah, I remember import tuner. And the documentaries. Middle school playlist right there. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it's something. But yeah, ooh. That looks like RoboCop now a little bit. No, you don't want that. Max Boost. Had everybody wishing they had a Civic or a Supra. They're still popular cars, especially Supras. Harder to find, but you get one, they're still coveted. What was the other one? The Initial D car. I never saw Initial D, so I don't remember any. The Initial D car. Some of the other cars in the first Fast and the Furious, they're all very popular tuner cars. I don't remember them all now because it's been, you know, they were all in racing games, and that allowed me to remember the models. And I'm not a super car guy, so I kind of forget now. But all those cars were like in Gran Turismo and Need for Speed, things like that. I have a Civic now, 2013 sedan, basically the same thing. Initial D was the A86. Yeah, a lot of there's like 5, maybe more, like 5 or 10 like popular cars for that scene. I knew people in school who talked of it. I knew it was going on somewhere in this in the Tri-County area, maybe. I would wager a guess somewhere nearby, but I don't know exactly where. I've only seen 2 of those types of cars in this area ever, and that was around the time where Fast and the Furious was like the hot thing. You know, it really brought all those people out of the fold. But I know there was a scene somewhere. People would come to school and talk about it. Interesting scene. That was like probably the closest I would have been interested in cars. So I guess, you know, that first movie did that much for the scene, but man, I had no money for that. We didn't have a car. I would have done it. I don't think I would have raced, but I would have at least done it, you know. It's probably, I probably would have got as much enjoyment out of it as like building a PC or something, you know. Yeah, all my car knowledge was from Gran Turismo, Need for Speed, and the Fast and Furious did for non-street racing people what Tony Hawk did for non-skateboarders. Exactly. Tony Hawk got me into skateboarding. I didn't really care about that You know, but outside of like a video game where you just get a skateboard as a power up, you can move faster. You know, I didn't really care about skateboards. And then Tony Hawk does a 900, and everybody's a skateboarder now. Me included. I dabbled in it a little bit. I wasn't very good at it though, to be honest. It took me. I got the ollie down. I was hard. Kickflips were hard for me, but I could do a board slide. I was very happy about that. I was very, very proud of that board slide. No side, no slide grind, no side grinds. Couldn't do that. That was more of y'all's thing. But I could do a board slide easily. That was fun. And because of that, that was my favorite grind to do in the game because I was able to do it in real life. They might not know the difference between kickflip and heel flip, but they knew who he was and maybe 2 or 3 others. Yeah, I could probably name, thanks to the game, Chad Muska, Kareem Campbell, I forgot the rest. that's I haven't played it since then, but those 2 names I remember. I remember those games. And then a mutual acquaintance / friend, he was getting the skateboard mixtapes. And, you know, there was exposure there. You know, that was like I'm pretty sure that was the thing before, like, and one mixtapes, you know, basketball, the street ball stuff. You know, it became that later. But yeah, you know, skateboard was fun. You know, I dabbled in it enough to where I didn't really get injured. I think I fell a couple of times. I didn't really get any scrapes or anything. It wasn't really a real skateboarder. But I did enjoy it. It was fun. You know, we went out and did it, and then one day we stopped. I never forgive you for making fun of my lazy ollie. If I said that, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? I don't even remember half the stuff that I talk crap about. Lazy ollie, that does sound familiar though. Sorry. Hurt myself blading all the time. Nah, it ain't over. Cancel this dude, yo. Yeah. Oh man, you know, if all this stuff existed then, yeah, I probably would be canceled. A lot of people would be. Hey, look, take it like this, okay? All of you had more skill than I did. I was definitely the weak link when it came to skateboarding, okay? And probably a lot of other things too, all right? You know, I was just horsing around. You know, I knew that then. I was just like, it's a mild interest, you know. Kind of ride the wave a little bit, but not really in it. I never really considered myself a skateboarder, you know. So take everything I said with a grain of salt. You know I couldn't do it, so take solace in that, okay? Made fun of his brothers 10 or 16 years ago. The nerve, yeah, the nerve. What nerve? Yeah, sometimes it was what nerve, right? That's how it was. Hey, I got it back too, okay? All you guys made fun of my drawings, remember? Oh, Art Thief, yeah. Okay, everybody's got to start somewhere, okay? You know, when I started drawing, yes, a lot of my OCs were just recolors, okay, of existing characters, okay? Thanks to you guys, I was able to move away from that phase. You know, there's a lot of people out there that don't do that. A lot of people. You know, and I guess it's something everybody does, right? You know, and to an extent, you know, as a, you know, something that's in the same vein, like people draw Sonic-esque characters, and you know it's from Sonic, but you know it's no OC. I did that stuff too, you know, when I was younger. I eventually, you know, from consuming more media and criticism, okay, that helped me improve. You know, I never took it personally. You know, that makes me smile sometimes. But I have one regret. I wish I didn't destroy the art. Okay, because it wasn't good enough. Okay, I'm not Vegeta. You know, you know what's funny? I never liked Vegeta, but I was probably more like him than any character. I probably could have related to him more than anything when it came to art. Ironically, I didn't see it then, but I definitely see it now. I was waiting to bring it up. Art Thief Last Fantasy. Yeah, we all did it. Y'all making fun of my Mickey Mouse art. Yeah, yeah. Your art was always like coherent, though. You know, I drew heads like this, straight line at the top, at the hairline, and oval at the bottom. That was a head. I didn't draw a full head like I'm doing right here. You know, It was just, it cut off right here, and the hair would start there. I remember a lot of my flaws. I remember a lot of the criticisms too. It helps me improve. It helped me improve. At least I'll say I didn't take it personally to an extent to where I was like mad in real life, you know, like I was like carrying that like a chip on my shoulder. But I did get rid of a lot of art that I probably should have kept, you know, as a memento, and just redrew a lot of stuff. I ended up losing a lot of it anyway, but don't feel bad. 99 is still drawing puppets. Yeah, I regret trashing mine. Yeah. Oh man, one regret. I have very few regrets. I just, you know, I really wish I would have kept all my art. But that's okay. I got some of it here. Like I say, you know what I have a plan for? If you haven't seen it already, this is the last of it. This is the last of that art. The last of the secret folder. Right here. All of my high school art, well, not all of it, but at least I would say about like 30% of it left. You know, some of it got put into storage, and I guess it wasn't paid and it got thrown out. But this amount, what I drew when I was away, and some of it ended up over my sister's basement, and as a result, it got saved. I still have it as a channel redeem. I'll showcase a piece of art, piece of old art, where my head was at, what I was thinking, maybe some background information of the art and story. That's one thing that I was thinking about. I should do, and part of it is because I find my old art. It's sometimes it's a little cringe when I think about it, and I'm trying to get over that. You know, I tried to delete it off the internet, and people wouldn't let me. Like I tried to delete it off a forum. They were like, "No, you shouldn't be ashamed of your art," and I was like, "Yeah, you're right." And that kind of stuck with me. I'm kind of glad that I kept it. But I have it all on this computer, and I'll try to like. Besides, I think all but two I can probably show on Twitch. So I'll try to like I'll try to like explain what I was thinking, what I was doing, where I was at, and whatnot. We didn't realize the criticism was to help us at the time. Yeah. I'll show you a puppet drawing and your story. Yeah, I have the same story. Yeah, and I'm doing a webcomic. There's a very little changes. You know, might be a little too edgy. You know, it's a little like some things that a main character should not do in a story. You know, you want to root for the main character, but it's mostly going to be the same when I get to that. This is like a prequel story or so or and such. But yeah, there's very little I want to change with the story. I want to try to keep all the influence that got me to where I am, and not try to like get rid of it or anything. Like I said, I have all my digital art. I started digital art in 2010, and I had been like 3 years rusty before then, so I kind of had to like relearn a lot of stuff that I'd forgotten. And yeah, I was like discovering it all over again. But I have all the digital art. I didn't delete anything, and I'm trying to get over being ashamed of it, or being like disappointed that I could have just spent a little more time on it, which is a valid criticism, honestly. You know, if I had to criticize anything, or just not to be ashamed or embarrassed about it, and just show it and try to whatever. But yeah, that's kind of like what I have planned for that. Gonna try to work on. Our loving bullying prepared us for real bullying like studio. Now she can't hurt me. I started again last year. Have everything that was saved since then. Yeah, you know what I like? Trig. I really like that parody comic. I legitimately enjoyed that. I really wish I would have saved that somehow. That was one of the things that got lost. I like the Streets of Rage soundtrack. Yeah, I just got a bunch of game soundtracks. Hopefully, I set it up to where it's on a different channel, so it shouldn't appear on a VOD, but hopefully that won't anger the freaking Twitch Skynet. It sounds it. Yeah, there's some Streets of Rage in there. It's kind of hastily put together soundtrack or like playlists that I made like right before bed, which was technically this morning. And I was supposed to do it yesterday. I had to do some last minute sound checks, and a lot of my time went into that and screwing around in Minecraft. But and it kind of slipped my mind. But it was, since the sound is good, I guess I did okay in that regard, and I just forgot to put all the music that I wanted to put in. But I'll do that later. Yeah, I kind of want to get to a point where I guess I'm kind of technically there. I wanted to get to where I can at least get to the neck, but I think I might stop soon. Cause I have other things I need to do, so. Titled, tell you what, we'll just do, just so I know. I have other practice sculpts called entitled, so untitled. Twitch is that copyrighted music that the world has forgotten? What is your stream schedule? I'm going to okay. I'm going to try to do mornings, right? Early morning. Sometime after 7, because I'm an early riser. I actually woke up at 6 today, but I wanted to do some last minute checks because I wanted to be absolutely sure that everything was good. Yeah, it's gonna be from morning to noon. I went a little bit over. Whatever I can't show on Twitch, I'll probably take the following day off and work on it off stream, and then and as soon as that's done and I can, there's something I can show, I'll just come right back on the day after. So right now, I guess since I'm not at the torso yet, because I don't know if I can show man nipples on Twitch, I'm just going to avoid doing that for right now until I get a clear understanding of how that works. But if I sculpt a female character, I'll just do like the muscle groups and then just stop it there, whatever. And then I'll just work on that stuff off stream, put some garments on, and then bring it back on the day after the stream. But yeah, every morning, yeah, can't show any nip. Okay, got you. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna do the muscle groups and then stop it there. It's very easy to do the torso, so that'll be a short stream if anything. I'll be on tomorrow since I'm still doing the head, and as soon as I get to the body, then I'll stop it and I'll be back. Let's see, this Monday. I'll do this tomorrow. If I have to do the work on the torso tomorrow, then I'll be back Thursday. Free the nip. Yeah. In December, almost. Yeah, almost. But they didn't last very long. Yeah. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for coming to my stream. I'm gonna try to do this regularly. It's gonna be mornings. I don't know about this weekend yet. If I do stream this weekend, it'll probably just be a game or something. But right now, I don't know. Dope. I'll see you in the mornings. I'm thinking I'll be Wednesday 2 to 5. Okay. Yeah, I'll be where do you do the donation of the bits? I think since I'm not affiliated yet, I don't think you can do that yet. If I get more followers and viewers, I guess I'll put in for that. Right now, I'm just streaming my hobby right now. The whole purpose of the stream was to finalize the art for my webcomic and kind of like document the progress or whatever. I'll release more information about that later down the line. I still got to find a place to host it. I didn't do that. It kind of slipped my mind, but yeah, that is where I am at right now. I don't even know when I'll do a video game, if I do one anytime soon, but it's definitely on the docket. I appreciate you, Trig. Thanks a lot. But yes, it will be mornings for the most part. Since I'm free on the weekends, it'll be it'll probably be a little longer, but for right now, expect a stream between 7 and 12, and I'll probably try to keep it within that bracket. I was supposed to stop right now, but I'm a little behind on the next phase of my day, but it's okay. Thank you guys for coming out